Are there any other delegates who have joined the call?
Good morning. This is Brent Nelson from the Department of Education. Mic check. Can everybody hear me? Somebody say good morning or happy new year or something. If you can hear me.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
We can hear you.
Good morning.
All right.
We can hear you.
Thank you.
You got everybody to say something.
See if everybody's awake. But thank you.
Just as an announcement, we will start at exactly 10:15, regardless of which delegate we have on the committee. And as soon as we have quorum, then we'll officially call the meeting to order. So, Mr. Delmar, at 10:15, be prepared to share your report with the committee. We don't need a quorum to hear reports. So hopefully by 10:15, we will have a quorum, but if not, we're just going to go ahead and proceed into doing our report. Thank you.
Delegate James on the line.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll be here.
Good morning. This is Vice Chair. I'm on the line. Thank you.
Morning, Vice Chair. We actually have a quorum. It is now 10:13. So we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order at 10:13. We're going to go ahead and do a roll call. Lorraine, can you assist us with the roll call, please?
Good morning, members of the LOC members. Eugenia Charles Newton.
I'm present from Shiprock, New Mexico.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Otto So.
I am present. Thank you.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Madam Chair, you have 3 members present.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, we have 3 members present. We're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the invocation at this time. Honorable Vince James, can you assist us with invocation this morning?
Head on, Shanelle. Other members of the Law and Order Committee, colleagues, Ado Sheriff Kahasi, so Isanostagi, Padoshi, so the Zendanigi, Pohin Shane that Behatis and Deco. Then has all the things much cardi in the Deco, by Kayat Ika has Arge. So the Zendanigi, Bench Hanan, Sistole. Just not James, so just like what I say, the bench are just not up there, all info. Law and Order Committee, but the Nego, Digi, Ben hit out Joe, Ben here, those on. Beshbans are underneath law, conductor, Nicky position, Netco. Ado, Quado, Hinan, Lini, Inils, and Do, hitting the upper. Ecuador by Kito, Bahanet, the Tobanet Dow. Aya Equanza, the Enhinan, Lini in Ego, Nicky position, Netco. Oko, Quanza, the whole just the Adult, Aho, the Nalsos, Escape, Dasto, Baka, Adult, Aho, Eco, Banada seat Edo, Bahanada seat Zito, Hanada seat Zito, the Host must cut in the Indico. The Nature upon the adult aho, the hit the net or a huge adult Yahanda at this kiddo and that is adult the yo edo Yakotans and he keeping in that kodo adult that out in our sauce and then he became a lately he give a cut us on level. Upon the adult pompa, banna the seat edo left up on it, ado bonet, sunnet out. Put out or a sleepy the ones at the whole just the so the Zendaniki, bench at this circle. Adon Handas Nashiki, staff Zeniki, adult yard the national adult the co, the hitting the adult ne. Salana has Ade, Salata Anish, Ajet or Hot Hashint Ego Be, the Dojo Hot has Ako adult Aho Equado Sad Lenigi Be being hidden, but that this I beg had a seat or letting Leco. The Natchet Eco, he is a land learning Habana Holiando. Nehisalao, Pombanan, Shidel, Enigi, Ado Aja has Anigi, Nahaba Ahania Doles. Adot an his seat, not Anini, Klinigi, Peshpas, Anne, Neat Klinigi, Adon Handas, Nashigi, Hot out a sponge edition and so on the Snapco. As Twido Sani, Ado wait or chief cut, they carpet cut, and that Daigi, who Adot Albanashni, Doles, all sponge and actually, though that he ran has argent, he caught his yet large and not close to present subjects in the whole of Nihe outla nihe nahaga khayshi totizin dini be yelti skot iya benashni do lesti ko when that totizin dini be shaho ibn nachni it's a last sort art ko de ka do benan nishi de ko benashni do lesni son de shni ko but are they aben soido benesh anit totizin dini gi bench hasi do le ha ashada now ni but are they totizin dini bench hasi do le hojan hasi
Shanella, for providing us the invocation this morning. Always really nice to hear the invocation provided, and then, for all of us to hear. So, so we're going to move down to item number 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. We're going to go ahead and ask, do we have anybody from Department of Public Safety on the line?
Yes, ma'am. Jesse Delmar, Division Director.
Do we have anybody from Digne College on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Greg Bigman.
And Madam Chair, this is Monty Russell, President of the college. Thank you.
Welcome, gentlemen. Do we have anybody who is on the line from the cyber team for the Navajo Nation broadband?
Yes, good morning, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton and Honorable Delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is Brent Nelson with the Department of Education. We'll be doing a report on Navajo Nation middle mile broadband strategic plan. Thank you.
Good morning. Do we have anybody from gaming who is on the line?
Yeah, Bennett. Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Brian Parrish, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Law and Order Committee, and staff. Good morning. Thank you.
God day, Mr. Parrish. This is Eugene. So.
Oh, yeah, hey, sir.
Good morning, Shajat. Lorraine, can you note that Honorable Eugene So has joined the call this morning? Do we have anybody from Judicial Branch on the line? Okay, can we have the speaker's staff announce themselves?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Donovan with the Office of the Speaker. I'll be helping maintaining the call today, monitoring. Just as a reminder, the unmute button is *6.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley. Is there anybody else, any other staff who is on the line?
Lorraine Spencer with Legislative Services.
Sherelle Nota, Legislative Services.
Great. Do we have any other delegates who are currently on the line aside from those who are serving on the Law and Order Committee? Do we have anybody else who would like to announce themselves at this time?
Good morning. My name is Anna Dawes, and I'm sitting in for Yandine Houston for Contract Accounting, Office of the Controller.
Good morning, Chair. This is Karen Francis from Judicial.
Good morning, Delegate Newton. This is Shirley.
Okay, with that, it sounds like we've got everybody who is on the line who have announced themselves. Welcome to the Law and Order Committee for the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is a regular scheduled meeting being held teleconference. Today is February 8th, 2021. It is now 10:23. We did call the meeting to order at 10:13. So we're going to go ahead and move down to item number 3 on the agenda, review and adopt the agenda. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the agenda into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council regular meeting, teleconference, February 8th, 2021, 10 a.m. Presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman, Honorable Otto Soul, Vice Chairperson. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. There's none. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Jesse Dalmore, Executive Director, Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety regarding listing from January 11, 2021, requested by LOC Committee. Business that are broken into throughout the nomination. Various issues on death rates on the nomination related to COVID and non-related deaths. How much security do we have in Washington, D.C.? We have individuals from Navajo Nation that works in D.C. and have a medicine man do a prayer for our people. Provide a listing of position numbers with the hazardous pay from the Division of Public Safety. Provide a report on how many police officers are actually on patrol on each shift. And lastly, what is the Navajo Police Department doing to hire more police officers and building more substations instead of building one massive high-cost complex? A, report from Brent Nelson, System and Programming Manager, Department of Education and member of the Navajo Nation Cyber Team on Navajo Nation Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan presentation. C, report from Brian Parrish, Interim CEO, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise regarding the impacts of the extended closure and NGS's funding request pursuant to legislation number 0016-21 and tentative reopening plans. Going to 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A, discuss the point of contact regarding new public safety housing with Navajo Division of Public Safety and others that will be involved in the planning stages. B, legislation number 0012-21. Going to C, approve a special meeting date for February 16, 2021 at 10 a.m. due to holiday on Monday, February 15, President's Day. 8, close of meeting, announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So the agenda has been read into record. Can I get a motion?
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion made by Honorable Vince James. Can I get a second? Can I get a second?
I'll second, Vice Chair.
Second made by Honorable Otto. So committee members, are there any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Lorraine, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Alta So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Agree. Thank you.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Madam Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. 1 is the chairwoman not voting, and Edmund Yazzie is absent. Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, the motion was made by Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Otto So. The vote is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. 1 is the chair. With that, the agenda does pass. So, committee members, we're going to go ahead and move down to the next item on the agenda, which is receiving reports. Honorable Otto So.
Yes, I know we have adopted the agenda, and I know that there's things that we need to attend to. And what I would like to do at this time is to move to suspend the floor rules to address the legislation. Then we'll go ahead and get to the reports. And that's going to be my motion.
Committee members, a motion has been made by our colleague, Honorable Otto So. He's motioned to suspend the floor rules to move the legislation to the front before reports. We do currently have 1 legislation that is before this committee, and that legislation is legislation number 0012-21. The sponsor in this case is Honorable Daniel So, co-sponsored by Honorable Otto So. We do know that we have the co-sponsor who is on the line with us. Can I get a second for this motion?
The case. Thank you.
Second made by Honorable Eugene So. Are there any comments or anything that a committee member would like to speak to regarding this motion to suspend the floor rules? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the vote. Lorraine, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Chair, I can do the roll call vote. This is Sherelle.
Thank you, Sherelle.
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which including the chair not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent.
Okay, with that, committee members, we do have a motion to suspend the floor rules made by Honorable Otto So, second by Honorable Eugene So. The vote is 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. 1 is the chair. So with that, this motion to suspend the floor rules is, it does pass. So the first order of business that we will be hearing is legislation number 0012-21. Before I proceed, Lorraine, is there anything on our end that we need to note for the record before we call this legislation?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay, so with that, Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the legislation into record, please?
Thank you. Tracking number 0012-21, an act relating to health, education, and human services, law and order committee, budget, finance, and Nabakia committees, and the nomination council, amending the charter of the college, 10 NNC subsection 2001 through 2023. And this will move forward to budget finance committee after the approval of LOC, and has gone through the 5-day comment. Exhibit A is the Title 10 Education Charter, Chapter 19 in the college. And the exhibits are all attached. And this has gone through the 5-day comment. Attached is the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee's committee report. And these legislations were sent to you this morning by Sherelle. Madam Chair.
Lorraine, were there any comments that were attached to this legislation?
Okay, let me check. Hold on just a second, please. Exhibit B is the resolution of the Board of Regents in the college, DC-JUN-2443-20 is attached. Also attached is the hold on. Hold on. Yeah. Sorry about that. Just scrolling down. Okay. There are comments supporting, one from Dr. Charles Russell in the college. Comments opposing, one from Jackie Begay. And comments recommendation, one from Juanita Francis. Those are all attached to the document. And lastly is the Heston's committee report, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that reading, Lorraine. It's always good to read what the attachments are, especially in cases where there might be comments that are being provided by the people, because those comments are actually important for us delegates to know because they're being provided by the people. So if we can start making sure that we read whether there's comments attached to each legislation from this point forward, Lorraine, it would be great. So with that, committee members, we do have the legislation that has been read into record. This is legislation number 0012-21. Committee members, are there any questions for this legislation? Okay, since I'm not hearing
Madam Chair,
any
a motion.
Motion. Sorry, I forgot to ask for a motion. Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second? Second call for a second for legislation. Honorable Vince James. Committee members, again, are there any questions regarding this legislation? Okay, not hearing anything. We're going to go ahead and before we proceed to the vote, I would like to ask Honorable Otto So, is there, would you like to have your agent introduce himself before we proceed forward to the vote?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much, members of the Law and Order Committee. Honorable Daniel So is on the line also, and then the college president is on the line also. So I would like to give some time to Mr. Daniel So, and then give some time to Mr. Monty Russell, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, you can. Honorable Daniel So.
Oh, yate, she has other members of the Distinguished Law and Order Committee, Cecilia, Otto Sache, Vince James, and Cecilia Eugene. So, Sheha Kwagi Aya, Nakadahol, Ato Hashin So, Lato Bahatitse, the college. I see. Nalsos ba kid do nato nacha nacha in nacha no safe totally.
to hashing so belasi sato ea sato be nasa that don't hit the man ni can't do ni can't do a quaggy eight only ado penetration ea to yat eho ea nanis they do so be in yada eight only con without a sa case at the north so quaggy naha bandat inigi to I see bana the king a the not so isi nil to sato shin a could you large the Met College Board of Regents President Mr. Greg Bigman. I think sato ya hato ado in the college President Charles Russell, without the two agents. But I really appreciate the opportunity for this legislation to be addressed by the Law and Order Committee. And without further ado, I don't want to take away from their 20 minutes of presentation. Madam Chair, call on Agent Greg Bigman.
Thank you, Chairman. So, members of the committee, Honorable Charles Newton, and the co-sponsor, Honorable So, and the rest of the LOC members. Very quickly, the reason for this update in the Net College Charter is really to accomplish three main things. One is to update the college with its new capabilities, and this is inclusive of the college being transitioned into a 4-year institution. Before I get into that really quick, apologize. Shay Greg Bigman Yeshef with Ani Nishlento Torchini Bashichin, chair of the president of the Net College Board of Regents. So the updating the college to its as a 4-year institution. So part of this transition is coming up with a new model that will really help to facilitate the new growth in the college and also the direction that the college has been going through these past few years. This is inclusive of being able to go out into the private world and go do some fundraising, but in addition to help support an ancillary function with the college, and this is creating a company that can help support the college with its initiatives and also the Navajo Nation. Secondly, it's improving the governance structure, and this is will allow for that collaboration to happen. And lastly, is updating the borrowing capability of the college up to $50 million. Currently, it's $2 million, and it hasn't been changed for a long time. I believe since the 80s, possibly even the 70s. So with this new model of the college, one of the things that we have proven over the past couple of years is the ability of the college to go out and seek some money from donors. And over the past couple of years, we have raised around $400,000, to help support the college with various initiatives. So being able to have a fundraising arm is important for the college to go out and get funds. But secondly, so we can host events off the college and not have to worry about any liability that may occur, to the Navajo Nation or to the college. The reason annually, there's roughly about $400 billion that are given out. This was like back in 2008. So about a quarter of it is probably given to educational institutions, and about another quarter of it's given to religious institutions. So we want to be able to tap into those markets for funds. Having a holding company is important really for the collaboration and the future of the college. As most people are well aware, the college has a land grant institution which we utilize for our Navajo sheep program and how we look to raise sheep and develop the industry. So a holding company will allow for the college to engage in private activities, such as the production of wool and being able to produce it and put it out to market, and helping further to support not only the college, our departments, but also the Navajo Nation and the sheep farmers that are out there, sheep ranchers. Secondly, the big initiative, Monty can talk more about these in detail, but would be inclusive of a real estate company. So that way we can do similar things to what is happening within the CHAS Fund and being able to invest into real estate. So the reason why for that is because real estate is considered a stable investment. There's not a lot of volatility. But secondly, we can capture in on some of the higher interest rates as what has been proven with the CHF.
Point of order. Yes.
Point of order, Honorable Vince James.
Sorry to interrupt, but I believe it was just a real quick, brief introduction. We already voted on the legislation. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Vince James. Mr. Bigman, we just wanted an introduction to just the agency or the agents who are on the line to give them the opportunity to just introduce themselves because we don't have any questions about the legislation. We're ready to vote on it.
Okay, I apologize for that, Chair.
Mr. Russell, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, staff, and guests. My name is Monty Russell. I'm the president of Diné College. Ke Ani Nishle, Monty Clan of Scotland, Bachashin, Ashin Shache, Ado, German Shanella. And I just want to thank the Navajo Nation Council for your support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, agents, for introducing yourself. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and we're going to proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Chair, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is including the chair not voting, and 1 absent is Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
So with that, committee members, we have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Legislation 0012-21 does proceed forward at this point. I believe it does go forward to Nabik Iasket. Thank you, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Daniel So, and your agents for being on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the council committee.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, we now proceed forward to reports. We have a report from the Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety, Jesse Delmar. There was a list that was sent to him, a request from the Law and Order Committee. Mr. Delmar, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, with that, Mr. Delmar, you have presented to this committee before. Is there any questions that you have regarding the presentation before we give you the floor?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that, committee members, we do have Jesse Delmar on the line. Mr. Delmar, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, also 24th Council, and then the committee. I'm trying to find this one document that I did email regarding the first item that is on the list here. I have it on my screen right now. By Delegate James. Okay, the first item, Madam Chair, that is listed on the list is the businesses that are broken into throughout the Navajo Nation. And first of all, I'd like to apologize to you, the first time I was scheduled to report. I had an urgent family emergency that I had to attend to, so I did call the Madam Chair to see if I could be excused, and thank you, Madam Chair, for excusing me that day because it was pretty urgent that I had to attend to the matter. But this morning, the kid was she no kid, don't like the kid, she no kid. The question item 1. Madam Chair, I did get this information. It took a while to get this information from the Information Management Office with our division, and because of it took some time to get this information, and I did email the information to you, ma'am, on January 20th. Just wanted to see if you received it.
Go ahead and proceed, Mr. Delmore, while I do a search in my email.
Okay, it's on January 20th. It pretty much was asking for the reports that we had received concerning our businesses across the Navajo Nation between March and also current, up to current. And I did receive this information. I did give it to Madam Chair at that time. It's broken down pretty much into all the 7 districts that we have. Let me just go down the line as to the numbers total. For between March 20th, 2020, not March 20th, just say March 2020 and throughout January 1st, 2021. And these are the numbers that we have received up to this point in time as far as our business is getting broken into. For Window Rock District, there's a listing of certain things like robbery, burglary, theft, stolen property, and property damage. And then arrest reports too as well that were done. So Window Rock District, this goes with all the districts that we have. I'll just go down the line and give you the total numbers that we have from the districts. Okay, Window Rock District 99, the Yishka. Then Shiprock, we have 66. Crown Point, we have 77. Tuba City, we have 129. Chinle, we have 211. Kayenta, we have 8. And Delcon, we have 9. So at the bottom of this report, there is a tally of all the numbers that we had recorded as far as the IMS is concerned. It gives a total figure of total log numbers of, and then arrest reports made. Robbery, there is a total of 1. Burglary of 67. Theft reports of 47. Stolen property is 29. And property damage is 142. So these are the figures that I have received, and this is pretty much based on the request of the committee as to how many of our businesses across the Navajo Nation have been impacted by criminal activity. So like I said again, this is between March 2020 and January 1st, 2021. Madam Chair, do you have any questions?
Okay, with that, committee members, I just forwarded the email that that Director Delmar was referencing regarding the stats for the business traffic on the Navajo Nation. And again, this is from March 2020 through January 1st, 2021. Committee members, did you all receive a copy of those stats? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can hear you.
Still waiting
Okay,
for
committee
mine,
members?
Mr. Delegate.
Okay, still waiting for yours. Okay, so while the committee members are waiting to receive their email, as we say on council, you know, it's probably barely leaving Window Rock right now. So hopefully it'll get to you guys here soon. We do have the information, Mr. Delmar, at least I have the email that you did send, and I appreciate you sending me that information. My concern is with this, with the stats that you provided to us here today. Right now, I know that we have had, at least I can only speak for Shiprock, but I know that there has been some concerns of those businesses that have been broken into. What, I guess my first question is, how many officers do we currently have during a shift, and are officers still working the 10-hour shift?
Yes, they vary. The shift hours pretty much vary. But usually we have a supervisor that is on duty on every shift. I think some are like on 10-hour shifts. Some are on divided 4-hour shifts too as well. Pretty much they vary. So usually you have a supervisor on duty all the time with officers. I really don't have an accurate account as to how many we have. There are certain factors involved too as well. We have shift schedules from across. Some are not on duty, usually on leave, excused leave, usually. Some may be in 6-hour status too as well. So pretty much they vary. I did talk with the chief this morning on it, and then the other week on it too as well. He sort of has a concern, and perhaps if we could go into executive session, maybe some other time too, and give you these accurate figures as to how many we have at a given time. This would be nighttime and also daytime, and to include weekends too, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. You know, this is really concerning at this point, looking at the statistics that you've provided to us here today. I know that just looking at the numbers here, we have some that list, I guess, the schools. And that's what is a little bit, you know, not only the businesses, I am concerned about the businesses altogether, but the stats that you provided for us here today is really alarming, because you have a breakdown of grocery stores, convenience stores or gas stations, hardware stores, schools, government buildings, restaurants, hospital, banks, post office, and churches. And I'm assuming the log number that you're referencing is, like, for instance, this is not on the stats, but let's say, for instance, under grocery stores, you have log number 60. Does that mean that there are 60 reports under grocery stores for a specific jurisdiction? And the reason why I'm just making that number up is because I don't know if these stats can be shared with the public. I know that there has been a concern. My concern is really, you know, the concern of that it seems as if crime is rising during this pandemic. I know that our officers are really being stretched thin with responding to calls that are COVID related, but also, you know, the increase we have heard from Delegate Crotty, you know, who has asked questions about whether there has been an increase in domestic violence and child abuse, whether those numbers have gone up. And I could be wrong, but and we have Honorable Eugene So, who's currently on the line, who serves on the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee. but it sounds like those numbers are not going up. And it's, which kind of, I guess, is a completely different subject matter than what we're talking about here today with the increase of crime that's going up. And just for those who are listening online, the breakdown of the statistics that has been provided to us here by Department of Public Safety is, let's see, robbery, burglary, theft, stolen property, and damaged property. So I guess my question to you, Director Delmar, is has the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety seen an increase in crime since the pandemic, starting from March 1st, 2020 to date?
No, ma'am, not pretty much exactly, but they've been pretty much consistent before, and also currently it's pretty much ongoing. The numbers are pretty much ongoing. If you compare this era or this period with the numbers prior to the pandemic, it's pretty consistent. But one thing I want to mention too was I think that during the periods of the curfew and even on weekends too, you could tell that it was sort of down, but it's pretty much lingering, it seems. But I just want to let you know that the numbers are consistent prior to the pandemic, and also even up to the state, it's consistent.
Mr. Delmar, is it possible to get a breakdown on like the dates? And the reason I'm saying that is because we technically, I mean, from what I recall, there technically was only, I think, maybe three weeks that we were open. And this was back in August and September when the numbers were down and there was no curfew. Uh-oh. Sorry, we just got a new cat and it's jumping all over the place. So the numbers were down, or, I guess when the numbers were down, the curfew was lifted. What I want, okay, cat. What I want to know is during the time frame that the curfew was lifted, I want to see whether there was an increase in crime or whether these happened when the curfew was in place, because I can speak to the information of the businesses here in Shiprock, and I recall that we were in a curfew at that time when these Shiprock businesses were hit. There was also a government building that I'm aware of that was also hit during the time that we were in curfew, and so my understanding is from the community is there is information about who did this crime. I know that it's not your place to speak on it, but we really do need to talk a little bit about the crimes that are being committed against the businesses, and then also schools and the rest are hospitals, banks, post office. We do need to get that information. So I think we will need to request to go into executive session. Lorraine, can you go ahead and schedule this in-depth reporting from the statistics that Director Delmar has provided to us, and also invite the prosecutor's office, DOJ, on the call during that time so we can discuss these cases in particular. Committee members, I hope that you guys got your email with the stats. Are there any questions from any of the committee members at this time?
Madam Chair?
Delegate Otto-So?
Yes. My question would be, with the what is indicated by the stats from other agencies pointing to crime on the rise. We should get data so that data will be justified as supporting data, and to see if the anything was reported and what had been addressed by law enforcement. So, for instance, I'm going to say, like the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, they indicate that there's increases of sexual abuse, assaults on Navajo during the time of pandemic, and I believe at one point, public safety told us the calls that have been made to the police department do not reflect what is being reported at one point. And I believe this session that we're talking about, that you have talked about, before we go into that session, we should get all our supporting documents, because if these documents are coming from off the reservation, those are coming from other areas that we don't have jurisdiction on. So, for instance, if it was a sexual assault that happened on Navajo, and Navajo Nation Social Services was given the call to intervene, who at Social Services did the reporting to public safety? And I believe when anything occurs with public safety, they have a log, and their dispatch centers provide those information, whether it's to a issue of alcohol violence at a home, or domestic violence at a home, or PI, or just a common person calling in somebody that's speeding on the road, or someone reporting DUIs. And I think we need to get our information on the table before we sit down, so that we can have these information and have a dialogue with public safety and the prosecutor's office and the Department of Justice. Because even though a case goes through, is reported, the police department does their investigation, and it gets to prosecution, and it gets to the courts, and the judge throws it out. What happens? Or if it's a burglary, if it's a burgundy or a burglary. If the police cannot identify or prove that a person done that, and it's in the courts will just throw it out. So there's I believe there's many moving pieces that we need to get to the table on this, and to have a separate conversation related to this issue. And I know if it gets to the courts, what the courts are going to say: oh, we are impartial, we cannot be part of this conversation, because they're going to be the last in line to try to put this person away, whether he or she is guilty or not. And so there's the components that we really need, and I would request that we get data from everything, whatever it is, whatever is reported to public safety, and these other reports that is stated that these crimes are increasing. Let's get our data that supports that, so that we can say, hey, public safety, we got this from this area, and it indicates that this has risen. Or if a case went to the hospital, you know, how far did the hospitals go in reporting a violence, you know, whether it was a sexual assault or rape or domestic violence, because there's some people that don't report those things. They'll go to the hospital and, you know, they won't report it. They won't go to the police. And then that's what gets out there and say, oh, you know, this happened to me, and law enforcement didn't do anything. And when you realistically look at it, there's no document, there's nothing to back it up to say that this person filed to say that this happened to him or her. But if they didn't file the incident, you know, what more? Who's at fault there? You know, it's not public safety. It's not the healthcare workers. It's the individual themselves that didn't report it, or you know, the health professionals that recommend it to be reported. You know, so there's a lot of moving pieces, and I believe that we need to get our data too, so that you know, we could put it all on the table and compare them, because I believe public safety has indicated that in one of our meetings that, like for instance, I believe some of the data that was provided, the numbers were wrong. So that's just what I have to say. Again, Mr. Delmore, thank you for making the report to the committee. The other is that I guess the Washington office, I guess security and so forth, that you know, that's a jurisdictional issue. The building is a rental building, and it's on, and I believe the city of Washington, D.C., the District of Columbia, should be able to provide public safety when safety or any type of concern is needed, due to the fact that business is being conducted and the nation is renting a building there, and you know, security, and but I believe you don't have a budget to provide security to the Navajo Nation Washington office. The other is that your program is law enforcement. It's not a security agency. I think if we're going to talk about security, we need to include additional security in the president's security team, because they can provide that service for them, but we're going to have to hire, put money into the onsen. That's just my thought. And I guess until that land, thank you.
Committee members, are there any other questions or comments? Delegate Vince James?
Jag had report in lagi. Although one of my question here is going to be from the business bootlegging, although selling of alcohol, drugs in the parking lot. The concern is that we try to call dispatch. We try to take our pictures of vehicles. We try to take pictures of the vehicle and the individual that's buying, transporting, or giving each other the alcohol, drugs, whatever that they're handing over, but nothing's being done. So Kwagi has only it happens right here in front of us, but we can't do anything. We tried to report it, but no one shows. No one shows up. And I know the answer is going to be that, you know, we're short staffed, we have other emergency calls that we need to attend to and so forth. And this is the reason why I keep asking, you know, what's the deal? What's up with all of this cross commission deal thing happening? So if we could get an answer on these kind of issues, that would be very helpful. Because I know that's what you're going to tell us, Mr. Delmar, is that, you know, we're short staffed and we don't have not enough police officers, and we're working on it. We're doing police academies. We're training more individuals. But at this time and point, you know, we cannot continue to wait as we continue to see more of our constituents suffering. And it's like we just sit here and watch them. We just sit here and watch them do all of this dealing in the parking lot at our businesses, especially here in Ganado for me. And I'm assuming it's going to be like that for any businesses across the nation. And we just continue to be told this and that, but we need to take action. And I think by taking that action is moving forward with doing the cross commission so we can get assistance, so we can have ADOT at least patrol the area, at least come, at least be seen and be present. But as we continue to come up with all these different reasons, we continue to see the downfall of our young constituents, either laying down the ditch or just right there or under the bushes by the parking lot. And then the body is just laying there, and we got to make that point and say, well, I don't know how to explain myself. Then in turn, and you know, we know that this has been going on. The dealing has been going on at these businesses parking lots. Been trying to report I think a human being. But yet we just continue to say, you know, we're short staffed, we have to extend to other calls, we're training, we're doing the police academy. Yet we've seen some public safety officers to give that atmosphere, saying, so hey, state patrol comes around, sheriff comes around, sheriff comes around. So the reason why
Delegate Vince James, Shanella. I'm sorry to cut you off, but you keep going in and out. Hello?
Hey.
Delegate James?
Hey. Yeah, I did my phone. They're working on the towers here in Ganado, right? In Ganado. They're putting up new towers, and it's been awful lately the past 2 weeks, going on 3 weeks. So hopefully you guys heard me. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanella. And I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was just wanting to let you know that that you were going in and out when you were making your statement. Committee members, are there any other questions at this time? Mr. Delmar, since my colleagues don't have any other questions, I would like to ask you a couple of questions. So my first question is, can you tell us, with these statistics that you provided to us, how many of these cases were referred to criminal investigations? I'm assuming that since there were burglaries that occurred on government property, that these cases have been referred to CI. That's my first question. My second question is more related to the deaths that have been occurring here on the nation. I know at one point when we had gone to Washington, D.C., we had Dale West, who accompanied us on that first trip, and he had talked about the multi-roles that criminal investigators were playing. This is pre-COVID. And one of those roles was having to sign off on death. So my question is, how many deaths how many deaths are being reported, have been reported since March 1st to date? Those that include COVID-related deaths. I know that there have been some suicides, natural deaths, homicide. And so if we can get those statistics as well, I think that will help us better understand the roles that the police department is playing, and then also how criminal investigations is assisting PD. I'm also concerned because there has been no advocacy for criminal investigations. And this committee is well aware that at one point there was a push to move criminal investigations under police department. But the committee, we made it very clear that we were not going to be entertaining that idea. And my understanding is Dale West, who was an avid advocate for criminal investigations, was replaced with Michael Henderson. And I know that Mr. Henderson still sees himself as a police officer, which is very evident with his continued, wearing of his Navajo Nation police uniform. And I know that he has not advocated for criminal investigations. And I am just really concerned as chair, because both police department and criminal investigations need to work hand in hand to offer services to the Navajo people. If you are leaving one department behind, how can you say that you're working together? I'm hoping that this is not a political move, to replace a very active advocate, Dale West, with someone who is not going to advocate for criminal investigations. I just want you to know that, this committee is not asleep at the wheel. And we are, we hear and we see things that are happening. So I would like to see a report from criminal investigations, and I want a full report on how Mr. Henderson is advocating for criminal investigators at this time. I was looking at their budget because we are going into having another discussion about budget, and we haven't heard from Mr. Henderson. We haven't heard what the needs are for criminal investigations, yet we know that they are there. So we really need Mr. Henderson to start advocating, I believe that this committee may have the authority. I don't know. Do we have legislative counsel on board? Lorraine, do we have our legislative counsel?
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Cook listening in.
Mr. Cook, I believe that I dropped off a request to get some legislative or some advice from counsel. I believe Honorable Otto So at one point proposed looking at the directors and dropping or doing a I believe it's a public hearing, and asking the question from the public of whether these directors are actually doing their job. And I dropped that off the day that we made that request. I have not heard anything from you or from your office. It is hindering the responsibility of this committee if we don't have that opinion from your office, Mr. Cook. So if we can get that opinion by 5 o'clock today, it will help this committee in deciding how to proceed forward. But I think what Honorable Otto So asked at one point, and what he continues to ask, is a legitimate question. And that is, are these services that are supposed to be provided to the people, are these services being delivered? And I believe that this committee has asked those questions before. And so we do need some guidance on how to proceed forward with having this kind of conversation or this discussion. We do, again, we have asked those questions in committee meetings. And I think that we right now are getting some information from the division director, Jesse Delmar. So we do need that opinion, Mr. Cook.
Okay, ma'am, let me go ahead and look into that as soon as possible here, and I should get you some information by close of business today.
Thank you. And so with that, Mr. Delmar, I just want you to know that we do appreciate you sending us the statistics on the crimes that have been happening. And I think that this committee is very committed. We're committed to ensuring that the public does receive the services. And there has just been this, as I stated when I became committee chair at the very beginning, I am ready to hold your feet and others to the fire to ask these questions. And I think that it's within our rights to ask these questions because the people are the ones who do come forward and share their stories with us, and we do need to provide answers to them. So with that, committee members, again, the email has been sent to your address. Are there any other questions at this time for Mr. Delmar? Mr. Delmar, just one last thing. We do need the information regarding the hazard pay and also the special duty pay. I believe that the last request, Honorable Vince James did make that request because right now we are hearing that some people didn't receive special duty pay and some people didn't receive hazard pay. Those are two different types of pay. But this committee does need to know, how many police officers, how many criminal investigators, how many Navajo Nation employees in the Department of Public Safety did not receive their hazard pay or their special duty pay. I believe that information has not been provided to us. So if you could also include that information in your presentation today, that was a list that was sent over to your office. And then the last question that we did have is what the Navajo Police Department is doing to hire more police officers and building more substations, on the Navajo Nation. I know that is a joint effort, and I know that we have had this conversation before, Mr. Delmar, but I just want to remind you that those are two other questions that we do have on the list that was sent over to you today. As far as providing a report on how many police officers are actually on patrol on each shift, you did say it varies. So if we can get a breakdown of how many officers in each jurisdiction are on patrol, if we can get that reported to us before the end of your report here today. Mr. Delmar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair So, and also Delegate James and Dr. Kid. And I was still on the first item, but we're pretty much getting ahead of ourselves. So I have a question regarding the stats that your first question, Madam Chair, was, so you want a period when the curfew was lifted around about August, right before September. Those 3 weeks there, you're asking me if the numbers went up? Is that your question? Also, too, is that you want those figures as to that time period of 3 weeks, and you want to see if the numbers went up during the non-curfew hours. That's how I understood. Certain item number 1 and also item number 6, I really don't feel comfortable in talking about that right now, but perhaps what you suggested and I suggested is to go into executive session. That way we can share more information with you. Right now, I really don't feel comfortable, but I'm not saying I'm reluctant to share that information with you if we go into executive session and provide that information to you. And like you said, maybe invite the prosecutor's office, talk about cases specifically. We can do that at that point in time. The second item is various issues on death rates on the Navajo Nation related to COVID-19. We have some figures too as well that was provided to me. The period between March and also the end of the year, the end of December of 2020, we have a figure of around about 101 COVID-related deaths that was reported to our criminal investigation section. And then, as you know, this is pretty much ongoing every day. The President's office, they released their own figures too as well as to how much the count is with our Health Command office and also with our EPI office too as well, the report numbers. Usually what happens is whenever there's a death that is reported, we respond, we meaning the police, and also criminal investigations. Criminal investigations, they are responsible for doing death investigations. When they arrive, there is determination. What they do is they would investigate to pretty much determine. They're trained to handle these cases as of now, pretty much using the guidelines that was provided, and they're trained to secure biological items from the bodies, and they submit them to appropriate labs across New Mexico, Utah, and also Arizona. So right now, the figures that I gave you is 101 between March and December 31st. But however, you know, these numbers are pretty much consistently ongoing. We respond to cases daily and nightly as we speak. Lately, the figures have been pretty much on the rise. But now it seems that this is probably the first weekend that it's been sort of down, which is really a good indicator, which is consistent with the report that was made by the EPI office yesterday of a total count of 23, which is pretty encouraging. So I just want to let you know about that figure of a 101 between March and December. But there's more numbers in 2021, of course. Delegate James, I think he provided a listing of position numbers with the hazardous pay from the Division of Public Safety. When the controller did make that report to council, can you give us information? Now, saying that is pretty much, if we're talking about names and also position numbers, that would be very difficult for us to tell you. Because today it says pursuant to Title 2, Chapter 1, Establishment, Subchapter 4, Privacy and Access to Information, subsection 84, Records that must be disclosed. And under that section, it says A, the following records are public except to the extent they could contain information expressly permitted to be treated as protected as provided by for Navajo Nation, or it says Title 2 Navajo Nation Code, subsection 85. And it says under item 2, names, gender, title, job titles, job description, business addresses, business telephone numbers, and number of hours worked per but however, Delegate James, we have some figures as to how many people who have been paid. They're divided by departments within the Navajo Division of Public Safety. Just going down the line, Department of Corrections, Department of Corrections, 156. Department of Criminal Investigations, 850. DPM, which is Department of Emergency Management, 4. Emergency Medical Services, 116. The Navajo Police Department is 256. DPS Administration, 2. On the Navajo Nation Fire Services is 27. So we have a total of 611. I think all of us know that when it started, when the special duty pay, there's two special duty pay and hazard pay. At the time, when this was first started, and how it originated was as special duty pay. There was a period beginning in March. Some departments, they had money, and some departments didn't really have the money to pay special duty pay. Then, of course, you know about the funding source that went through the Western Regional Office through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, $4 million, and $3 million was dedicated to special duty pay. Then, of course, the CARES Act monies that the Navajo Nation had received. It really took some time for us to get the business units so we could start paying our employees with these two categories, with hazard pay and also special duty pay. Of course, special duty pay, I think you heard the controller talk about the processes. For the CARES Act money, we were finally able to get the business unit numbers. It took until October 5th. Can you hear me?
Mr. Delmer, I apologize for that. Can you please mute your phone? Lorraine, do we have anybody from Speaker's office who is assisting us? And if so, can you please ask them to mute everyone except for Mr. Delmar and the committee members?
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it took until October 5th that week when we first were able to find the business numbers for these accounts. October 25th, in the meantime, there was a lot of submissions for special duty pay. And there was a report that was made recently by Rose Graham. I think it was from the scholarship office, saying that she was a witness to stacks and stacks of claims at the OOC. So once that October 25th came, all those stacks of information were returned back to us. A lot of them went unaddressed. And we have those figures. I apologize that I don't have the numbers with you, but there was opportunity, not me. So in the CARES Act monies, there was over $20 million that was dedicated for special duty pay. It wasn't really addressed. I think just a few monies was spent under this category with regard to special duty pay. So there's a lot of them that are unaddressed with corrections. Going down the line, provide a report on how many officers are actually on patrol on each shift. If we could discuss this information, ma'am, during executive session. Same with item 1 that we talked about. And also currently, how many officers are we working on right now in trying to get them hired? We were able to graduate, I think it was less than 10 officers. But apparently we're working on around about 50 applicants right now. So our goal is to see if we can get these as many people as we can processed for the next class. Delegate James, go first back to Vice Chair. John Naiden includes assault information, comparing our data with outside sources. I just want to let you know that our data is pretty much based on the reports that we get at the dispatch level, the officers responding, criminal investigations responding, and so on. That information is recorded and accounted for. All the information with regard to police services, criminal investigation services, and detention services are pretty much documented, and they are all accounted into our system. Then these numbers are reported monthly to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, Office of Justice Programs. So, but you're asking for more information beyond what the committee had asked for, which was item 1, businesses that were broken into. That was what we responded back to. Delegate James, you were talking about bootlegging. I did meet with my staff this morning. The director from criminal investigations, is that we continue to deal with bootlegging too as well. And perhaps the same if we're talking about specifics as to the cases. And we deal with bootlegging, we deal with drug offenses daily, working with the Bureau of Indian Affairs, OJS2, with the FBI, and also DEA. Trying to address this problem that we have. And then I think it was last week, we had a work session with the Health Committee and also with the Law and Order Committee, talking about drug abuse, alcohol abuse, talking about rehab, recovery units, and stuff like that. And that's very encouraging. And myself and the chair, we did talk, saying that that was very encouraging. I did call the headquarters in Washington, D.C. to get a meeting going. I didn't receive a response. I left a message. Then I sent an email to Madam Chair. I haven't received a response back yet. But as soon as they respond back to me, I'll let you know. I had requested for a meeting as soon as possible regarding the questions that we have, or a question that we have with regards to utilizing a detention facility for recovery and also other services. I left an email, and I'm waiting for a response. As soon as I find out, Madam Chair, I'll let you know. Aranda, Madam Chair, you had another question. You're asking me how many of these numbers that I gave to you was referred to CI. I didn't request for that information, but perhaps if you give me more time, I can find out that information from CI and also from IMS as to how many cases was referred to CI. With regards to the director of CI, he is pretty much engaged. I'm not sure if he is with me this morning. Director Henderson, are you on the call? So I guess not, but and perhaps he could be included when we schedule this meeting that I had mentioned, the executive order, so we can talk about specifics. And certainly I will invite the Director of Criminal Investigations to provide information to you as to what the status of what CI is doing at this point in time. Let me conclude there for now, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. And I did get that email regarding the meeting that we need to schedule with, I guess, the new, is he the acting director for OJS, or does he have a different title?
He would be acting. Jason O'Neill is his name.
Yes, I did get that. So I do appreciate that, Mr. Delmar. And I think we are moving along regarding the work session that we had last week, trying to address the alcohol issues that are happening here on the nation. So I do appreciate you working with me on that. So with that, committee members, Mr. Delmar, does that conclude your report at this time?
Yes, ma'am. If there's no questions, that would conclude my report.
Okay, thank you so much. So with the, yes, Honorable Otto, so go ahead.
Just to correct, I think I may have confused Director Delmar, that I meant for the data. His data is what comes in based off of what had been called to dispatch, whether it's a bootlegging case or a violence case or assault case, things like that. But what I was getting to is that the committee, we're told, this is the numbers on the Navajo Nation. For instance, I believe we're told at one point that that the sexual assault has increased dramatically on Navajo. And I remember at one of the Law and Order Committee meeting at the Law and Order Committee room, we got a report where the reports were way different. The numbers the data was different. And that's what I'm getting to, is that the police department have their data, and then before we have this discussion, and especially coming from the committee, we need to make sure that we get the data that's being reported to say that this is Navajo's number, and that way those information can be compared to public safety. Because what I'm getting to is that I believe some of this information is off the reservation data, and where the data there pertains to another jurisdiction. So, for instance, like Farmington and Shiprock, or like Tuba City and or like in Tuba City in Flagstaff. Probably the case that they refer out or whatever. Whatever number is being reported to say this is our number, and we need to make sure that we have those supporting data before we start saying, hey, Mr. Delmore, your data is wrong. And that way, you know, he can provide the data that's being reported to the Bureau of Indian Affairs every month and to OJS every month, because you know, we don't know where these other entities that are making reports to other committees are getting their data from, and we don't know if they're fudging those numbers. I don't know, but that's just one of my concerns, and just want to make sure that we do get the our supporting data before we start accusing public safety to say, hey, public safety, you're not doing your job in this area. You're not doing your job in this area. Your number is wrong here. This is what it is. So that's all I'm asking. I guess if public safety could get their information, and I guess committee members, if you're getting information from somebody saying this number is high, get that data, because we just don't want to have mixed numbers, because what we should be looking at is Delmar's number, because that's what's being reported to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and to OJS. So that and that's the final. And if the numbers are high, you know, we need that data. And how come? And then the issue could become, why isn't it that that's not being reported to law enforcement? So those are just my thoughts related to the data information. I wasn't putting Mr. Delmar on the spot to say, go get that information. But I believe the committee here, our committee here, whatever information we're being provided, we need to get that data. Even that goes down to people saying this and that, because I get that in my hometown. You know, they'll say this and that with public safety and all this stuff now. And I tell them, get it to me in writing, because once I start to say something, then it's considered as hearsay, and that's and that's what I can stand on. And I did ask for a couple of statements relating to people saying that have an issue, and they never came back, because they clearly don't want to write it out. And I just told them, write it down as anonymous. But I said, you know, if you really think that this is really something that that you have basis that you're being bullied in the system, you know, there's protocol, and you can write this down in writing, put it on record. You know, that's where we come in from. So some of them don't do that. So, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make that clarification.
Madam Chair, can I respond?
Yes, Mr. Delmar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair, Mr. Sohn, I think I gave you quite some time, kid, as far as the numbers into the city. I believe I gave you 2 consecutive years of all the numbers throughout the whole year. And that would be a sample of the numbers that we collect on a yearly basis from the Navajo Nation Information Management Office. So I think I gave you a sample of 2 years at one point. Thank you, Vice Chair, for your question.
Madam Chair?
Committee members, are there any other questions at this time? Delegate Otto.
Yes, I appreciate that, Mr. Delmar. Really appreciate that. And what I was gearing my question to is that there was information, there was a question posed earlier indicating that certain crimes have increased on the nation, and that's what I was alluding to, is that I guess you have information, and wherever the committee is told that these crimes are being increased in this area, that we need to get that data to cross-reference. So want to make sure that way you're not trying to figure out what you're not just you're doing your report and somebody else indicating that this is increasing, this crime is increasing on the reservation, things like that. I just want to make sure that we have our data before we start going to say that public safety is not doing their job in reporting these mechanisms, or they're not investigating these cases. So this probably more to the committee indicating that we need to get our data before we put it on the table to say, hey, you're not doing this, But we have to get our stuff in line. But again, I'm sure the calls that are coming through the call centers, you're processing those, the things like that, and that's the report that you sent to BIA. And yes, I did ask you for Tuba City's numbers, and I really appreciate it, because that's the information that makes me I look at to say, this is the high area of the crime in Tuba City, and so that allows me to have a communication directly with Lieutenant Williams relating to how they're addressing those issues there at the local level. So we have control over it. And I know we don't have control over crime, but at least we have a handle on what the crime ratio and what the crimes are in Tuba City, and it gives me an idea of how public safety is planning to address and combat whatever crime is on the rise. So, thank you for your work.
Thank you for that explanation, Delegate Otto. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions at this time for the report that has been provided to us by Mr. Delmar? Okay, so with that, Mr. Delmar, does that conclude the rest of your report for the Law and Order Committee?
I tried to unmute myself.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Shaja. Go ahead, Delegate Eugene. So.
My question is not really a question, but it's just a concern. The way I became to be a council delegate regards to some issues and concerns that I had from my peers, my rated initially voters. Yeah, yes, like community bonnet bootlegging, and also other laws that kind of like I thought that the world haven't so I have got a host haven't is because the way I understood the legislation branch is to make laws. I don't give it to the executive. ARGA enforce each the president. So the way I see is corona the needed one at the top and out of the north yard council that kind of that executive orders, yeah. Other is into has anything that regard the name of Slovenia. I mean, with that executive order from the law enforcement and the executive branch. Even now I got another one. I'm looking forward to pushing that one. Jay Asi na hot it all such by you. The 3 strikes you're out. Then I do think remember when we talked to the Apache reservation. They hot but that was only for temporary during the pandemic. 3 strikes you're out. You tired of the third time. They just take you to the reservation line. When you're bootlegging 3 times, you get caught. They take you to the reservation line and take your badge, your census number, and let you go out into the world, enjoy yourself. First or second time you get caught, you start taking away your hunting and also your fishing, other things that the Apache has. They take that away from you. So I'm pursuing that one again. So I'm pretty sure the council delegate all know that. They all should all back me up this time. So I guess how I understand my position as a council delegate to make laws that would be enforced by the executive as in your area, enforce us. So then there's a little bit of this misunderstanding, I think, from our committees that are elected us. Instead of going to the president for their concerns, issues, and they're the enforcers. They should go to him and then direct you to you guys or any other division that needs to be directed to. Instead of going to the lawmakers, they don't have the enforcement power. I understand the complicated right now. I don't know that it enforce now the enough fund they are the support of that enforcement. So we're trying to get the laws ready for the prosecutor. With all the evidence that she or he collects. So it so as a law and order committee, I think we should work straight with the prosecutor and start working on some of these issues, the laws that are not really effective or needs to be more, maybe there's something that needs to be put in there. Aggie, I think that's how I think our job should be. Yeah, I know we're the oversight of the law and all the court and all this and that. I think the report is supposed to be made from to the president, and the president makes the report at a meeting from the judiciary and also all his all the division within the executive branch, ARA report. So what a report it should be going to the president, and then the president reports it to us, and then we question the president regards to that. Trying to get a balance. Hey. شلون بين المستويين our government. Instead, we're like our RDC and the health education, the BNF and the law and order. We all try to get on division directors or department directors. I need so I think that's not our job. The job for the people that voted for us should go to the president because he has the enforcement. He can say anything to any division director within his government. So I feel that I like to work straight with the president. If any issue that comes up with my area, and so on, such case, and that sit down with him and really let him know you're the enforcer. I'm not the enforcer. I'm just a lawmaker. Whatever laws you guys want, we can make that law. So I did request my LDA to have a sit down with him and see what we can do with some of these laws that that's not really effective or people are just overlooking. It is Dharma. So I share a question actually that is called AKA a share Dini though as on a became a national area. And one of them was my nephew. It is shared all this Dharma. And thank you. And this is my position within being a council delegate. So anyway, thank you.
Madam Chair, Delmar.
Mr. Delmar, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We really had a great work session last week. And one commitment that we made as a Navajo Nation is that we're going to make this happen. And I think we as law enforcement officers, that this is continually happening. There has been talks about different opinions on liquor sales. So, you shared a lot of good information from your personal experience, Asian Eugene So. And last week, you have a lot of good recommendations too, as far as I just wanted to mention to the committee that Title 17, I've seen the Silmas under Gertrude Lee when she was the chief prosecutor, under Ethel Branch. So I used to Title 17 to include bootlegging too. Because the quick she so now who deal with this every day, and also from the prosecutor's office too, talked about rules of criminal procedure, what needs to change in the rules, what needs to change in Title 17. At the end, I thought that we put together a very, very tough law on Title 17. Title 14, so I just want to let you know that I think that we need to grab that all that work that we did on Title 17 and maybe review it with the committee as to what happened and proceed from there. So I just want to mention that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Delmar. And I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I do recall being part of that discussion when I was a prosecutor on the changes that needed to be made to Title 17. When I came in as a delegate, that was one of the first questions that I asked, is what happened to that to Title 17 and the revisions that were recommended. And I believe that I honestly, it's been a long time. And at that time, I was a brand new delegate. So I apologize, because at that time, I didn't take notes the way that I do today. But I think from my recollection, I was told that they are still trying to finish it up. And I believe that Candace Martin took over that project. And somewhere it just kind of fell to the wayside. when Acting Chief Prosecutor Jennifer Henry was still with the prosecutor's office, she did provide me just a general change that could be made to Title 17 that would be able to assist their office. And we were actually working on language for that particular, it was just kind of a quick fix. On one hand, Jennifer Henry did say that she was really uncomfortable because she felt like the Title 17 revision needed to happen all at once, because doing it in piecemeals wasn't going to be helping the people. But on the other hand, she did say that there could be something that we could do just, temporarily while we're still working on Title 17. But the bottom line is, I don't know what happened to that work that was done when Gertrude Lee was the chief prosecutor. Again, I do know that prosecutors did take part in that revision. We weren't part of the meetings, but we did get to offer our insight, and I don't know what happened to that. So Lorraine, when we have that discussion with DOJ, we do need to ask the prosecutors, or probably Madam AG Doreen McPaul, where we are at with the revisions for Title 17, because I think that this committee, we're ready to pass it as it is, but I know that we're going to have a lot of, I guess, some pushback if DOJ is not part of the this push to renew Title 17. So, Mr. Delmar, we will have that discussion, and we will ask where that revision is at, because I think that will help with law enforcement and also, start moving towards change. The one thing that I know that I would like to also hear about is, I know that your chief, Francisco, did at one point talk about the possible legalizing of alcohol here on the Navajo Nation. He's made that statement a couple of times now. I would like to know whether, to get a little bit more information on that, because I think that is something that will need to be presented to the people. And I'm thinking, Vice Chair, I'm thinking in terms of a referendum presented to the people on this question. I know that per the work session that we had last week, 90% of what prosecutors are receiving are the cases that they're pushing and that they're moving forward, that they're bringing, I guess that's going through the process. 90% is alcohol related. And as Chief Francisco stated, on average, it takes an officer off of patrol 2 hours to respond to public intoxication. And right now we know that there is a revolving door, and that revolving door consists of officers who are arresting these individuals. If they're arrested here in Shiprock, they're either taken to Crown Point or to Kayenta, only to be released the next morning. And there was also at one time, this committee did hear a report about some judges requiring officers to pick them back up, to bring them back into the community, which this committee was trying to address. So there are a lot of issues that are surrounding alcohol. We are well aware of that. But at the same time, I think that it would only be fair for this committee, knowing that that is a big part of the crimes that are being committed here on the Navajo Nation, that we maybe should bring that question to the people and ask that tough question. I know that, times have changed, and we are hearing about the officers, who are not responding to the more immediate calls. that are dealing with domestic violence or assault and battery because they're addressing issues of public intoxication. So I think that I would like this. I think this committee needs to get a little bit more information, Director Delmar, on that statement that was made by your chief, the chief of police, on how we can work to address this issue. Is that something that your chief can present to us at the next meeting when we have that discussion about Title 17? And then also if he could provide us data. I think that this committee, you know, is ready to hear what the big issues are. And then we'll also direct prosecutor's office to give us information on how many cases of public intoxication are brought forward from their office. Thank you, Mr. Delmar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard other delegates make that statement too as well. I think I heard Chairman Henyo make that statement last week during the work session too. Delegate Winika made a statement saying, I used to be against it, now I'm having second thoughts. But your idea is great. I'm glad you have you know this, Madam Chair. I'm glad you have some experience as a Navajo Nation prosecutor, so you are pretty much aware of what we deal with daily at the law enforcement level and also at the prosecutor's level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Delmar. Committee members, are there any of the questions at this time for Mr. Delmar?
Eugene So.
Delegate Eugene So.
Am I all right?
Yes, Delegate Eugene So, you have the floor.
I thought your phone dropped. Sure. Ani, what the? So, all the committees and also in the navigation, we always just concentrate on division directors, which we shouldn't be doing. We should be concentrating on the Title 17 and 14 as often with the day we started. That's what we're there for. These data, there's pros and cons on these data, how you can use it to make a law. Because so what I about this case, I always see the council just making a lot of argument and debating on all issues regards to division directors. And that's not our job. That's the job of the president. He should be the one that's been doing it because we made a law and gave it to him to do what he has to do with the division directors. Even though we tell people to stay on the reservation, they won't because there's some things that they need off the reservation. And one of them is the alcohol. Like I told, a lot of time, always say there's about maybe 85% of the people on the reservation, they drink, but you don't see them in bashes or anywhere else. But so you clean the house sometimes. And I know that because my grandpa was like that. You can bring him back a fish and he'll save for about maybe a month or 2 months. He'll still have it. He never gets struck. So there are some people like that. And it's going to bring us a lot of also tax. From the outside. But the one thing that for sure that we're going to see is we're going to sacrifice some people from the start. I don't know how many people we're going to sacrifice first. And then if we're going to start liquor on the reservation, we can't close it at 5 o'clock in the evening because that's when the bootleggers are still alive after that. That's how it is in White River. They closed their liquor store on the reservation. They opened up, I think it was 8 o'clock to about 5 or 6, something like that. After that, these people still need some booze and they go to their bootlegging joints. So bootlegging is still alive if we do that. So it needs to be open, more than just a few hours out of the day. They're just encouraging bootlegging that way. They'll grab it from there and then they'll sell it back to the people after 5 o'clock. So so a lot of things we can discuss to make laws. Those are the things that I think we're elected for. Should say, Vince and Otto and Edmund, if she's listening, and also in the Shay, the cases, but it's going to take time. It's going to take a long haul to do this because we're going to sacrifice some people. But I am for it because that's the reason why people go off the reservation. And we can pick, if you want to let the people stay on reservation and buy there, we need the liquor onto the reservation. And also pawn shops. And also bank that can lend. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments from Mr. Delmar and the report that he's provided to this committee?
Madam Chair, this is a
Delegate.
comment. Thank you very much. I believe on the 23rd Council, so we try, Honorable Nelson Begay, he brought forth a legislation to address bootlegging alcohol. Council just butchered it. They were all aligned from the beginning of that legislation. And as we started moving these legislation forward to get to council, they started to butcher the legislation. It is infringing on my on what it sounded like what they consume at home, and it came the legislation didn't go anywhere because of we were trying to determine how much alcohol would be considered as transporting illegally on Navajo, and it came down to a 6-pack. There was a 12-pack. There was a case, and so forth. And I really don't know how this very council is gonna feel when any type of legislation comes forth, because I think we have a chance to pass that bootlegging sector of the criminal code inside Title 17 through this council. The last council, we tried to push it through, and it's not so that's what I mean. I think if we can go back to the drawing table, and if we could piecemeal Honorable Nelson Begay's legislation, pick it back up, dust off the dirt, and redrop the legislation, shoot. I think this council is able to pass that legislation. And the last council, it didn't happen because just listening to the argument, to the discussion, it was geared more to it was infringing on what they consume at home, and to me it was like they thought Navajo is dry. Even if you got caught with one can of alcohol on you, you're still transporting. But they were trying to get to a number of alcohol. But I think that's one area that we can move forth on. Just pick up the book and dust off the dirt and move forth on that. And I know that Mr. Delmore is aware of what I'm talking about. Again, Bishman has onion, his target on the kite. And but I think this council will be able to push that, because yes, we can look at legalizing it, and it's going to require a referendum, and we just don't know what's going to happen. There's people that are for it, there's people that are against it, and yes, revenues are really needed pertaining to a lot of the services that are needed for alcohol rehabilitation. That's just my comment. Sorry for prolonging Mr. Delmar's report, but that's just a comment. And if it's okay with the committee, maybe we can ask Dana's office of Legislative Service to look for that legislation and see if we could go back to the drawing table and maybe get Honorable Eugene So to be the main sponsor for it and have him run with that. That would be very, very grateful. And that way we can send a message out there, because I believe I think transporting alcohol right now is considered with so many number of bottles or number of cans. But if you're under that certain number, it's not considered as transport. But that would address a lot of, and then at the same time, it was addressing the bootlegging issue and giving them a mandatory sentence. Once they saw the strict sentencing that was going to happen. And you have people that are being affected by bootlegging every day. But, these individuals that do that, it's just a catch and release. Just like going fishing over there at a local fish pond and just putting your cast in, whatever you catch it, reel it in, and you release it again. And that's all the police department is doing right now. And when it gets to the prosecution portion, the judges are just releasing them. I believe we did get some inquiry on some of the judges on the 23rd Council. At the time, those judges, one of the judges told us that the sentencing are very vague. They'll say, $180 fine or jail. It don't say $180 fine and 2 days of mandatory jail sentencing. There's this things that we really need to look at, and I guess with the prosecution, Department of Justice, we have to sit back down at the table and start amending these laws, because how is naked at the door. These people that choose to consume that and wreck their lives and wreck other people's lives, and we get the blame on it. But again, like I said, on the 23rd Council, we had a chance to change it, and at the time, the body that made up that law, that body of lawmakers chose to argue it and chose to beat it down, and it didn't go anywhere. But I think this council we have a chance to move that legislation forth and try to address the bootlegging scenario. And we can even make it stronger to add in, taking away people's census, tribal enrollment ability, or their enrollment numbers. Because right now, that's all they are hiding behind. It's in every community. Every community it affects. How alcohol affects the community is different. And I really see that because for me, personally, it hit my family. They ruined their own lives. And to this day, they blame society. But they don't take their own responsibility, and they don't own up to their own thing to say that, I chose to do this and I did this to myself. And it really, really frustrates me. Some kids are probably scared to go home. If a father gets home that abuses alcohol, and is this one of those fathers that's just belligerent and abusive? Heck, man, I really feel for that family. The law is supposed to protect the Navajo citizen. Yes, onsen. They are supposed to be bringing these things to us. Our division directors, our department managers. It really, really concerns me, and it baffles me, and it pisses me off. We give them a shiny penny paid by the Navajo people. Their interest is not looked at. As legislatures, when we start addressing anything relating to the executive branch, we don't have that authority. We're told you're overstepping your boundaries. At one point, I asked, maybe we should conduct public hearings out at Navajo, in every community relating to every other aspect of dollars that we, the Navajo Nation, appropriate through the comprehensive budget. Because these programs come to us and say, to provide the direct services directly to the Navajo people. Nick ahead later the Nayana Dish has it asked the other Sahanet at this rate at this hot. And that's the responsibility of the executive branch, and that was my point at that time. How can we get public hearings out there relating to all the dollars that we appropriate as council? Because we don't have the authority to tell the division directors or managers what to do. Oh, one thing. Really don't think that administration will take this dearly. There's people out there, that are being affected firsthand. And right now, you have COVID pandemic going on. You have some homes. My gosh, I hear educators talking about what they see on Zoom. Sometimes I heard one educator saying they seen a father being belligerent to their child. And it raises the question, is that father drinking? What egon that has one leg on that has any other house. Go home, baby, not ain't go on that on sense. It is yes, I don't know. Yes, kid. And that is it. That's it. Oh, so you're scared. So it's scared. In now, yet, but it's kid over what you young go about what you scared only. It's a yego to don't sit on that for do yego back. Honey, don't have jail. Can't ever just can't go out. Natty, what you scared only. I'm going to have added what. If things are not done right at home, where you make assignments to your children, you have to send a message to them somehow. But there's a good way and there's a bad way. But I intend to try to use the good way to try to shed light to this through the way I speak. They never beat around the bush around me. If they said, this is wrong with you, Mr. Stowe, they pointed out. They didn't beat around the bush, or they didn't say, "Oh, you hurt my feelings." If I lost a sheep, they said, "Hey, don't in yonder. The cutting it, cutting now. Clean the other, not what the us clean out of a cut and the sun yada. Don't eat. Go look for that horse. That horse eats and drinks water before you." What ego not go she not kin who want it. What ego going bang has onion not la. Oh, what up on it, that's kid. And I always thought maybe I was being singled out and I'm natty. What up? She must on those chigo. So praise it us the yada kid. Eddie string about what on isn't simple. Yeah, thank you very, very much, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Delegate Otto, for that comment. I believe the legislation that you're referencing, I don't know, but I believe it's 0186-18. That is the text message that I received from one of the staff members at Office of Legislative Services. So I did ask them to pull it. And so hopefully, we can look at that and also review the information regarding that legislation, maybe possibly amendments that were made, the vote. But I think that this is a conversation that we do need to have. So again, that will be upcoming here soon regarding the the alcohol issues that are happening here on the nation. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for the report that's been provided to us by Mr. Delmar? Okay, so with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask the report that has by the Director for Department of Public Safety, Mr. Jesse Delmar, regarding the listing that was sent to him on January 11th, 2021, that was requested by the Law and Order Committee. Mr. Delmar did provide us some information on the businesses and also the ones that were broken into throughout the Navajo Nation. That's the email that we did receive. The death issues related to COVID-19 and other non-related deaths, but I believe that he did say he would be sending us more information per the information that was provided to us. 101 COVID-related deaths have been reported, but we don't have no other information regarding the deaths at this time for the other deaths. We also got, we didn't get any information on security in Washington, D.C. because we don't have jurisdiction in Washington, D.C. We also got a list that, or we will be provided a listing of position numbers with the hazard pay division from Division of Public Safety. We got a report, actually the report on the police officers who are on patrol for each shift. Mr. Delmar has requested that we go into executive session for that information. And as far as what the Navajo Nation Police Department is doing to hire more police officers and building more substations instead of building one massive high-cost complex, Mr. Delmar also shared that information with us as well. So with that, committee members, there's no other questions. I am asking for a motion at this time.
Mr. So, it's it.
Okay, with that, we do have a motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second? Second call for a second for the report provided to us by Jesse Delmar. Last call for a second on the report provided to us by Jesse Delmar. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Vince James, are you still on the line?
Madam Chair, I fell off my horse down over here. I'm headed back to Cuba City and got into a drop zone, but I vote green. Thank you.
Actually, Honorable Otto, so we need a second for the report. We have a motion made by Honorable Eugene So, but we don't have a second.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, well, with that, we do have a motion and we have a second. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Hello? Do we have anybody from the Speaker's office on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, this is Sherilyn Yazzie from the Office of the Speaker on the line, ma'am.
Thank you, Cheryl. We can't seem to find anybody to assist us with the roll call vote. Can you help us?
Yes,
Madam
I can.
Chair, this is Manuel. I think she needs to push *6. She looks like she's muted.
Hello? Hello, this is Cheryl. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Cheryl. Can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Okay, so
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Chair, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including the chair not voting, 1 absent, and Vince James not in attendance.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, we have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. 1 is the chair. 1, we don't know what happened to Honorable Vince James. And then we have 1 who is absent, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. So with that, committee members, the report is hereby accepted. Mr. Delmar, thank you for giving us the report, and we will be in contact about the next meeting that we'll have with the prosecutor's office and DOJ. So with that, Mr. Delmar, you're excused.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I received the response from OJS in Washington, D.C. The meeting will be confirmed. It says 2/11 at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So I'll give you that information. Our meeting with OJS in Washington with Director O'Neill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Delmar. So with that, committee members, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a report from Brent Nelson, System and Programming Manager with the Department of Education, member of the Navajo Nation Cyber Team, on the Navajo Nation Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan. I believe that he does have a presentation for this committee. Mr. Nelson, I think this is the first time that you'll be presenting to this committee. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, thank you for the time and putting us on the agenda. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. So let me just go over the committee rules very quickly. You will have 15 minutes to make your presentation. You can call up to 2 agents to assist you with your presentation. If you need an additional 5 minutes, you can ask the committee. If there's no objections, the committee will grant you the additional 5 minutes to close up your presentation. We have Lorraine who does take care of the timer for us. And upon what will then happen is we will then proceed forward to asking questions regarding the presentation that you've given us. If you make reference to any documents, this committee will call or will actually ask for those documents to be sent to us for review. So do you have any questions at this time before your presentation?
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, thank you for outlining those items. And then also, we were told that the presentation be about 20 to 25 minutes, so I prepped it right around that time. I know you mentioned 15 minutes, so if I can make a request to extend that to, I'll try and wrap it up within 20 minutes. It seems like there's we condensed this as to meet those requirements. So if I can make that request ahead of time, thank you.
With that, committee members, there has been a request by Mr. Nelson. Instead of the 15 minutes, he is requesting the entire 20 minutes. Are there any objections to this request? Not hearing anything, Mr. Nelson, you can proceed with your 20 minutes, your 20-minute presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you again, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and good afternoon to the Navajo Nation Law and Order Committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council members. This presentation of the Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan is being made on behalf of the Navajo Nation Cyber Team. Shay, my name is Brent Nelson. And I work for the Department of Education here in Window Rock, Arizona. The presentation summarizes the results of the cyber team's recent efforts. The results and the recommendations of the strategic plan suggest next steps and is asking for funding to support urgent planning and strategic deployment of new broadband infrastructure that's necessary for the Navajo Nation. As mentioned, this presentation takes about 20 minutes, and after which, we'll be pleased to address any of your questions. And of course, throughout the presentation, if you have any questions, please do so. You see the agenda before you, and we're notified that the presentation has also been provided to you all. So please follow along with the presentations, and I'll try to do my best to say which slide we're on. So right now we're on slide 3, and just wanted to mention a few things about the Navajo Cyber Team. I'd like to thank all the Cyber Team members for their forethought, their planning efforts, and their commitment to contributing their efforts and their labors to improve the Navajo Nation by providing advice and technical expertise and et cetera. And you'll see on the slide, we do have representatives of the judicial, executive, and legislative branches, and also from Navajo Technical University and the Net College, and also from external consulting entities like America's Communication, Infinity Communications, Magellan Advisors, and some telecommunication providers. As you guys are all aware, this is an ad hoc group open to the public and also to private entities. It is recognized informally by the 24th Navajo Nation Council and Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President. Slide 4, please. Just a little bit of background information on some of the Navajo Cyber Team's accomplishments. These are key accomplishments related to broadband and communications. Specifically, the Cyber Team has developed the final broadband middle mile strategic plan, which we're reviewing today. We've developed a draft of the Broadband Act. We have also submitted applications to the USAC FCC Administrative Company for the 2020 E-rate funding year. And if approved, are expected to receive over $50 million for 90 chapter connections for fiber optics and 53 Head Start locations. And these are still pending FCC USAC funding review. But as of last week, the first notice of confirmed funding has been received from USAC for the Rama Pine Hill chapter and by OSO Internet Solutions. So that's historic and that's great. And now we're just waiting for 2 more to be reviewed and approved. The Cyber Team also has issued an RFP solicitation for the next funding year for the 20 hard to reach chapters. Again, at the end of the presentation, there's additional Navajo Cyber Team accomplishments that are listed. Let's go to slide 5, please. So here you see the broadband middle mile strategic plan. One thing that we want to share is our partnerships with Magellan Advisors. They've supported Navajo Nation's broadband planning efforts since October 2019, and supported by the Navajo Nation Cyber Team and Navajo Nation Telecommunications Utility. Their engagements initiatives included an evaluation assessment that was prepared by America's Communications. Magellan also developed on behalf of the Cyber Team and prepared the Navajo Nation Middle Mile Strategic Plan that we are discussing today, that if implemented would ultimately deliver high-speed fiber-based telecommunication services across the Navajo Nation to chapter houses, to education entities, healthcare, public safety, and government facilities. Magellan also is in the process of developing a solicitation request for public and private partnerships to deliver last mile broadband services. And finally, they've completed substantial mapping of infrastructure data sets and analysis of the build out of the Navajo network. And we'll see some examples later and include high level cost estimates to deploy such network. So slide 6, please. So here we want to review some planning assumptions. First, high-speed broadband is essential service to all Navajo tribal members. This has been made apparent and reinforced by the COVID-19 pandemic. And second, it will require the collaboration and partnership with Navajo enterprises, specifically Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, for assets and for technical support. The cyber team has not been able to engage with them as much as we would like. Third, it requires collaboration partnerships with eligible telecommunication carriers, such as Sacred Wind, NTUAW, Frontier Communications, Cellular One. These are names that you're familiar with. Other assumptions is broadband initiatives will require the support of Navajo Nation groups, including all 4 of the Navajo Nation Council committees, the Resource Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, Law and Order Committee, and Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. They will also require the support of the Navajo Land Department to coordinate accelerated approvals of right-of-ways and permits, tower access, perhaps with vertical bridge, conduits and fiber with Arcadian Infracom. All of these are important for deploying a network. So slide 7, please. So here we want to look at the preliminary plan recommendations. Our first recommendation is that the Navajo Nation should develop its own middle mile network. I want to, this has always been the buzzword, middle mile, last mile. So I want to provide some definitions of middle mile versus last mile networks. So middle mile is a network that provides data transport to and from internet and operation centers connecting to internet service points of presence. And for Navajo Nation, we believe that infrastructure should be fiber. The last mile are the local service providers to customer premises from the middle mile network point of presence to your home. So the last mile may be wired or wireless. These are the people who you support and who we pay our bills to. The second recommendation is to improve operations and governance. We strongly recommending the creation of a broadband office with funding from the Navajo operating budget that will be dedicated to the deployment and operations of a new broadband network. We are also asking to formalize a Navajo cyber team as a broadband technology advisory group, again with funding from the Navajo operating budget. And finally, we're asking to strengthen the NNTRC regulatory capabilities with respect to broadband. The third class of recommendation is to partner with providers to offer last mile customer broadband service, leveraging the middle mile network that we are recommending. Last, the benefits of a middle mile network owned by Navajo Nation, and all the detailed recommendations are outlined in the end of the presentation. These are all written up in detail, of course, in the full plan. Slide 8, please. So here, these next 2 slides depict conceptually what Navajo Nation Cyber Team and Magellan are proposing for a new broadband middle mile network. At a high level, we have developed planned routes of where the fibers should go to touch all 110 chapters, which is over 2,200 miles of buried underground middle mile fiber. And the reason for that is to protect against adverse weather and other catastrophes. It will cover all government, health, education, public safety, and government sites. Well, we assume an all new build. And the final design may slightly differ. Note that we're not connecting into any buildings here. We're just touching all of 110 chapters. That's the essential aspect of the middle mile network. Now for the last mile, next slide, please. Here's the illustration of a last mile delivery, assuming the wireless 2.5 gigahertz spectrum is used. As you know, NNTRC has secured the use of the spectrum over the entire Navajo Nation from the FCC. What we did is mapped out all 207 existing tower sites, which would be required to provide broadband speeds of 25.3. That's 25 megabits download speed and 3 megabits upload speed to all users using the spectrum. We assume also a 50-mile coverage radius around each tower, so over 200 towers. We see that we get almost complete coverage for the Navajo Nation, except a little on the west and a little on the south. Of course, this is subject to topography and wireless propagation analysis, and the final design may slightly differ. There may be also other last mile delivery options, but what this would do if we were to deploy the project is that we would get almost complete coverage of wireless delivery to broadband services to all households and residents and businesses on the Navajo Nation. Slide 10, please. Here, we're proposing some additions to the organization. In this organization chart, you see the blue entities denoting existing organizations. The orange box here is the Navajo Nation Telecommunications Regulatory Commission. Their focus, of course, remains regulatory, but we also are recommending that we expand to include regulations of broadband providers. The yellow boxes we're proposing here is a new entity. It's the creation of the Broadband Office, which would have dedicated resources devoted to broadband build and operation. It's a nice balance that we feel, NNTRC for regulation, the Broadband Office for operations. We're not sure to whom it reports. Likely the executive branch would identify one of the other departments. We're not sure, but that's the red dash line that you see reporting into OPVP. Now, in the purple oval shape is the formalized cyber team. You know, we recommended officially to be formalized as an entity, referred to in the plan as the NMB tag, or the Broadband Technology Advisory Group, which provides advice and guidance and technical opinions to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, to Office of the President, Vice President, to NNTRC, and to the Broadband Office. And only Navajo Nation staff would be members. Consultants and other advisors would only join at the request of the Navajo Nation staff members. And then later in green, the cyber team recommends creation of a broadband cooperative, and to collaborate with Navajo and private communication providers to efficiently coordinate services and share plans. And later in the yellow box, an accounting entity, not an organizational entity, a dedicated enterprise fund. So this is the proposed organizational chart, and let's move into slide 11, please. So I want to highlight two important lessons learned from the past experience. We want to avoid any future missteps. Of course, the first lesson that is important is to negotiate asset usage and service pricing agreements with other entities as early as we can, prior to external funding being provided for the assets being committed. These agreements support the use of assets owned by existing entities over which, as Navajo, have no direct control. We touched on one example earlier, the BTOP fiber owned by NTUA. While the Navajo Nation has the right to use the 5 strands, today there is no usage agreement in place or no agreements on pricing for offered services. The offer is still there, but just hasn't been formalized. The second example of this section of this lesson is for E-rate funding. There are opportunities for providers to place additional fiber or conduit to be owned by Navajo Nation while the E-rate is being placed. This is necessary because assets funded by E-rate may only be used for schools, libraries, and Head Starts. This must be clearly understood. E-rate fiber is not permitted for use by chapters, for example. We need to start those discussions quickly. The second lesson is critical to planning for federal funding early. It's very fresh in our minds what had happened in 2020. The announcements of the CARES funding for Navajo was made in April, but a final decision was not made on allocations until October, and we ran up against the spending deadlines. We would like to avoid that in the planning for these grants, and that we do that by recommending that the nation start planning early and even as soon as this month. Okay, next slide, please. So here, we want to take a look at some available funding opportunities. Over the past week, many of you are aware of the HR 133, which is the Joint Appropriations and COVID-19 Relief Efforts Bill that was enacted on December 27, 2020. It includes 4 major categories of broadband grant and funding sections, some dedicated to tribal nations. They are detailed here. First, let's focus our attention entitled the Grants for Broadband Connectivity. Under Title IX, Section 905, it's for $1 billion in reserve for tribal nations. It will be on a first come, first served basis. An important planning point here is there is only one application per entity, and it's a very tight timeline. So Navajo Nation must coordinate into a single grant application the project and funds that it's requesting for a set of broadband infrastructure projects. It's a significant planning effort to prepare for the broadband grant application. The timeline for grant application is very tight, as we will see in a few moments. Section 904 is a very interesting grant because it provides over $3.2 billion nationwide to U.S. and broadband subsidies. So as long as there's a COVID-19 emergency, that's similar to Lifeline, lots of good benefits and increasing today's levels, but it's only addressing services where broadband is offered today. And then also sections 902, 903 are not as urgent, but are listed here for later reference. Section 903 provides funding for telehealth, which will likely be of interest to the Department of Health. Section 902 will establish a new NTIA broadband office connecting minority communities, which includes tribal entities, which both of these programs are currently in design and are not urgent. Slide 13, please. Now, recommendations for next steps that we're making to you today. First, we would like to finalize and obtain council acceptance of the middle mile strategic plan. We would like to complete that this month. Second, we'd like to ask for funding from this fiscal year 2021 Navajo operating budget for the following efforts. First, establishing the broadband office as soon as possible with dedicated resources to focus on operating and managing broadband and fiber infrastructure. We believe the nation should subcontract additional services to experienced providers in the short term while the nation goes through their hiring process and additional resources that would be added to the newly formed office. And the additional staff, of course, will take time to procure, to train, and to define procedures. So leveraging it through purchasing services is the way to go. Second, we want to formalize the cyber team as a BTAG entity. The Broadband Technology Group is defined in the Broadband Act, which we'll touch base here in a bit. It should not remain as an ad hoc entity. Cyber team has no authority today. Again, whenever possible, we would subcontract additional services on the margin if you can't hire them quickly. Third, we want to create a detailed broadband grant projects list. This is very important to support grant applications under Section 905. This will include detailed scope statements along with detailed one-time and recurring cost estimates or sustainability. And fourth, we want to prepare the Navajo Nation grant application for broadband infrastructure. Remember, there can only be one application per entity and time is of the essence. So next, we would like the council to support for participation by our Navajo enterprises, including NTUA. NTUA has their asset maps, and we would like to have discussions with them of shared services, which would be very helpful. And finally, we would like to seek sponsors to draft appropriate supporting legislation. Next slide, please. So here is the funding request now. It highlights the cyber team of seeking support, the recommendations made from the previous slide. So we are seeking $580,000 in funding out of the Navajo Nation FY21 operating budget for the following. To establish a broadband office, we estimate that to be at $250,000. To formalize the cyber team as a BTAG entity, we estimate that to be $120,000. We also want to finalize project scope and cost estimates in preparation for Sections 905 federal grant application, both one-time build and recurring support and maintenance costs. Some of this, as sustainability costs. We estimate that to be $100,000. And to prepare for the Section 905 grant applications and supporting due diligence efforts required by the federal government, we estimate another $60,000. So, and finally, to develop a 20-year financial pro forma analysis, we estimate another $50,000. So, you know, $580,000 may seem excessive, but I think the Navajo Nation should look at it as an investment. Of course, the flip side to this is that if the nation fails to take advantage of the federal broadband grant, infrastructure grant, the nation will continue depending on commercial providers and a piecemeal approach to building necessary infrastructure, all at the provider's discretion. So missing this funding opportunity and continuing with the status quo may take years to catch up, if ever, and leave Navajo Nation further behind. Second, you know, having a broadband office will allow the nation to focus on broadband and fiber efforts and not depend on part-time efforts of staff. So, you know, I guess three things really align here. First, you know, the council is fully aware of the importance of broadband. Second, you know, that federal funding is available. And third, the broadband plan is complete. So the potential return of investment can be huge. So slide 15, please. So here we see the possible HR 133 grant requests. We see one possible set of broadband infrastructure projects totaling, and it's a very rough estimate at $380 million. So suppose the Navajo Nation asked for $450 million and we received $380 million. That would be several hundredfold return of investment on FY21 investments of $580,000. Next slide, please. Here we see the necessary urgency for the nation's actions. First, you know, let's recall that there can only be one application by the nation. Second, according to the enacted legislation, federal government will provide guidance of the grant application between January 26th and February 25th, at which point they will outreach to Navajo if they haven't done so already. Sections 905 grant application must then be submitted within 90 days of the published guidance. At best, the deadline we calculate, it suggests that the grant application must be complete and submitted by May 26th before Memorial Day. The deadline may be even sooner. And if the dates do change, our partners with Magellan will let us know. We should also note that the ECCs are likely to be already planning for this grant opportunity. And I'm sure they'll be approaching you in council and also to OPVP. So can we go back to slide 15, please? So if you can turn to slide 15, I want to give an example of a project example detailing the broadband initiative. Some of you are very familiar with distant learning and telework projects. I know that this has been a huge discussion and has been brought to the table many times. So I want to use this as an example. We have a preliminary project cost estimate of $56.45 million, which leverages Navajo Nation's 2.5 gigahertz wireless spectrum and uses existing tower infrastructure that already exists, but they may be owned by others. The 2.5 gigahertz electronics, both receivers and transmitters, are estimated at $22 million for equipment and installation labor. Attachment fees to tower owners are estimated at $800,000. So we assume that $4,000 for 200 towers. The project could fund customer premise equipment to be installed in every Navajo home and business to utilize the spectrum and to access the broadband service. And we estimated that at 60,000 units, $60,000 unit at $300 per unit, or which is totaling 18 million. The project would also include design, engineering, and construction for another 150 miles of fiber. That is estimated at $15.65 million. The project would provide distant learning and telework technology to almost all Navajo children and students. The project would also help satisfy NNTRC's license obligations to offer services to large segments of the Navajo Nation. There also may be other possible revenue opportunities. by asking sub-licensing the 2.5 gigahertz spectrums to, say, example, NTOA-W and Sacred Wind to use Navajo Nation electronics. All of this, of course, subject to engineering and analysis, and in some areas, minimizing problems related to Navajo Nation topography. We want to emphasize that this is an example, is a preliminary estimate. The financial and engineering details must be completely assessed with NNTRC, with land department, with tower owners, and NNDIT and others. So discussions like these on all the projects will require effort, time, and labor. Yes, ma'am.
You've reached your 20 minutes. We actually did give you an additional time. So with that, committee members, we do have Mr. Nelson, who provided us a presentation on the broadband, I guess the issues regarding broadband. Are there any questions at this time for Mr. Nelson? I do have one question, Mr. Nelson. I wasn't able to follow along with your PowerPoint because it wasn't sent to us. If I log on to WebEx, my internet is like really choppy. So I don't ever log on to WebEx. I just do the phone call in. So if you could send us a copy of that PowerPoint, email it to Lorraine Spencer so that she can send that out to us. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you when you were going through your presentation, to let you know that we don't have a copy. So I know that you were saying, move on to the next slide. I don't know if the other committee members were following along on WebEx, but again, I'm not able to log on to WebEx. I just have really horrible internet services. So if you could send that to us, thank you.
It was
Madam
sent
Chair?
Friday, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I sent it. Oh, it was sent on Friday? Okay, yes. I must have somehow missed it because I did do a search for PowerPoint, broadband, nothing came up. Lorraine, did you send it out?
Yes, Madam Chair, I sent it out. The first one, I sent it out, and then there was a second one because they made some changes. So you should have got two of them.
When is the second one that you sent out? When was that?
Probably, I have to look it up.
Okay, because I do have the one for Friday, but I don't know if that's the one that changes were being made to.
Let me look it up. Hold on.
Okay. Mr. Nelson, if you could just give us a few minutes, I just want to make sure that the one that I'm looking at is the most updated one. So if you just give us a few minutes.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, when the time comes, I have a couple of my cyber team members that's also on the call, and a couple of them also want to have some comments to the presentation for the committees. If you can allow us for that, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson, your 20-minute presentation included your agents as well. So you did use up actually we gave you additional time. I think we gave you 25 minutes. So I apologize. Perhaps if the committee members have questions and you want your agents to answer them, then they can certainly at that point you can call upon them. But at this point, your presentation time has been completed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, okay, I sent the document on 2/5 at 9:50 a.m.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine. So I just want to make sure that the one that I'm looking at is the most recent one. Committee members, are there any questions at this time for Mr. Nelson and the presentation that he's given to this committee? Mr. Nelson, I do have a couple of questions. So the first one is regarding the strategic plan. I know you do make reference to it. I'm assuming that the strategic plan is going to be attached and you're going to be sending that information to us because you have reference to it, but I didn't see the strategic plan, attached to this presentation. I see that you did highlight the plan itself, but not the actual, the actual plan hasn't been provided to this committee. My second question is, in your presentation, you do make a few recommendations. Well, I don't want to say it's recommendations. Well, they are primary plan recommendations. But at this point, in a nutshell, I think what this committee needs to know is how can this committee assist with moving the strategic plan forward? That's my second question. My third question is you do talk about the partnering with or collaborating with, I believe it is, sorry, let me go back into my PowerPoint. Oh geez, I can't seem to find the part where you reference the company. Is it the company that you're partnering with? Is that, I guess, is there a Navajo Nation owned company that can help assist you with meeting these demands? And I'm trying to look for that PowerPoint where you do talk about one company. So if you could just answer those questions while I finish looking at the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Charles Noon, thank you for those questions. And I do have my cyber team also online, and they'll chime in also to help me answer some other questions. The first one, your strategic plan question. In my presentation that I had sent, I did attach some exhibits, and Exhibit C is one of them that summarizes all the middle mile plan recommendations in detail. So we do have a detailed plan that we can share with you, and it will be in the exhibits also. And then also with requirements to committee assisting with the strategic planning moving forward. I'm going to go ahead and provide some time in response to my cyber team members and have them provide that response also. So I know Joe, you had some input to this in response. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Brent. This is Joe Corella from Magellan Advisors supporting the cyber team. For those of you who are viewing the slide, and we will get you a final copy of this, this one slide does differ from the version that was distributed on Friday, and I want to highlight the reasons why. This is on the Section 905 timeline. The federal government has outreached, that is the Department of Commerce, NTIA, has outreached to NNTRC on February 2nd. They are performing tribal consultations with Chris Pacenti at NNTRC on point for the Navajo Nation. There are 3 tribal consultations that were scheduled this past Friday the 5th, this coming Wednesday the 10th, and this coming Friday the 12th. And that timeline suggests that they will be publishing guidance by February 25th of this month, at which point the Navajo Nation would have 90 days to submit a grant application. So I want to emphasize Brent's comments. Time is of the essence on this, and we will deliver a final copy. This is the only slide that differs from the version that you got on Friday, because just late last week, all the members of the council should have received from, I believe it was Hope MacDonald Lone Tree, a copy of the notice of outreach. Chris Pacenti is actively managing it, and we are supporting him on that. So that's the one comment I want to make on the urgency of the schedule and the implied funding request. I want to emphasize to the question on the plan, I will scroll down to the exhibits that summarize the plan recommendations. The plan document itself is very large. It's about 160 pages of PDF, and we will make sure that that is delivered to the committee. Third, to your question as how can the committee assist the cyber team, we dearly and urgently would like to have direct conversations with NTUA as a Navajo Nation enterprise. There are assets that could significantly reduce the cost of developing a brand new middle mile network, because we could leverage some existing assets that the nation has a right to use, but there is no agreement to use those assets in place nor supporting pricing. So we would like, as much as possible, for a directive to be issued to the NTUA to work directly with the cyber team and negotiate asset usage and pricing agreements. That is ostensibly already agreed in principle, but has never formally been worked out. Finally, to your question of, is there another entity who could handle this? We do believe that the organization chart that was referred to earlier highlights what we think is the best entity, and that is a newly proposed office to oversee construction and coordinate services for a new fiber and broadband network. The cyber team does not believe that the NNTRC should be burdened with operations, because their focus should be regulation. NTUA as an enterprise could have been a candidate, but they have not been involved to date. And because we believe that, supported by the need to apply for Section 905 grant funding to build a network, that the nation should at this time take direct control of its destiny for broadband and not be solely dependent on third-party providers. Brent, I think that's all I have to say on those questions. If I missed one, please let me know.
Thank you again.
Nelson, if we could get a little bit more information on who, I think is it Magellan? Is that how you pronounce your company's name?
Yes,
I know
it
that
is.
it does state on the PowerPoint that the team is in support of this office. But I think we need to get a little bit more information regarding the Magellan advisors and how they were selected to advise this this ad hoc group of individuals who are made up of Navajo Nation employees. I think that would help with assisting. I am in support. I know that I have met with the NNIJISP before, and I stated that I was in support of this because, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Ben Shelley, who was president at the time, had signed this legislation for the ad hoc group. And based on my reading of the initial legislation that created this ad hoc group, it sounded as if the legislation was saying, oh, there's this thing out there that's called the World Wide Web and the internet. We don't really know much about it, so go out and go research it. And I believe I might be mixing up, apples and oranges here, but I believe the NNIJISP is a part of this ad hoc group who has been pushing to get a division created under them so that we have the broadband technology, but also a division that will help assist with these types of services. Am I incorrect in saying this? Am I mixing up my apples and oranges here?
It's a slightly broader question. The legislation that you refer to, I think, created the cyber team informally. We're looking for something perhaps more formal in both of those entities. First, the BTAG, which would be the formalized cyber entity, cyber team entity, would have some direct responsibility and some funding. Second, the broadband office would be an operations group, we think, under the executive division, the executive branch of the Navajo Nation government. So I think with that subtlety, I think you're very close. Two other questions I thought I heard. How was Magellan Advisors selected? I will defer that ultimately to Pearl Lee of NNTU, who I believe ran a solicitation that resulted in the selection of Magellan Advisors. That's point one. And point two, on the very last slide of the presentation, and you could look at this at your leisure, we have drafted, as the cyber team, formal Broadband Act legislation that is under review by NNTRC, and we would like to get contacts in Office of Legal Counsel and maybe Department of Justice to review that. And in that act, the legislation formally creates the program office, the broadband office, creates the BTAG, does some other things, including making recommendations on modifications to the Navajo Nation Code. We would be glad also, if that's appropriate, to share that draft legislation with the committee if requested.
Yes, I think that sharing of the draft legislation is going to be important. I also, I guess I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know if you covered the portion that deals with public safety and how that would assist public safety. As you know, this committee does oversee public safety. So I think if you could elaborate a little bit more on how you would assist public safety with, if we were to proceed forward and support the recommendations that you provided to this committee. I know that we all know what broadband is. We all know what services are lacking and what services need to be provided to the Navajo Nation. We hear about those stories all of the time, but I know that that the Department of Public Safety does have, they do have some issues with their broadband and also cell phone coverage. I don't know if these recommendations would also cover the lack of cell towers, and then also the lack of services that are out there regarding cell towers. But if we can get a little bit more information on that, thank you.
Yes, they would. On the slide number 15, that first brings to the table the question of the ask for 450 million or 380. It includes a project roster that totals about $380 million. The yellow highlights, for example, went through what Brent referenced, which was the $56 million for distance learning and telework support. Included in that roster, though, are several other projects that we need to work with the public safety groups, including members of the cyber team who support public safety, to identify what those additional projects might be. In that roster, we include, work for the Department of Emergency Management, two-way radios for emergency responders, maybe an IT data center or a public safety dispatch center, E911. We have not finalized what those projects could be. But again, as referenced by that 905 urgency, by the end of this month, we expect that there will be a notice of funding opportunity that will require a grant application to be turned around within 90 days. And in those 90 days, we need to identify what projects the nation wants to do, including public safety. and prepare that grant application and submit it before Memorial Day. That is why the urgency of funding for that $160,000 on lines 3 and 4 of the table on slide 14. Those are the two most urgent tasks because the Section 905 funding, the authorization expires September 30th. The application we expect will be required to be submitted by May 26th. And we believe that since only one application can be submitted by the nation, it is critical that we move now to plan for those public safety projects, distance learning projects, and anything else that the nation could request. And failing that, again, it would be a missed opportunity and would require the nation to continue to depend on the charity of external parties.
Thank you for that information. So I guess just for clarification, and for me, you know, I'm one that kind of looks at, I guess, a whole picture as a whole, and just kind of hone down. So I always like to think that, like, it's like looking at a funnel, right? You look into a funnel, and it eventually goes down to the specifics.
Yes.
So my question is, are you asking for this committee's support to develop a brand new division that will allow you to apply for federal grant money to address the broadband issues? In a nutshell, is that what you're asking this committee?
We are asking for the authority to be granted by the nation to submit the application. That need not be a new division immediately. The nation itself could take authority over submitting the grant application. We believe that work to support that grant application needs to happen immediately. Whether a new division or department is created, that need not be on as aggressive a timeline and could be discerned later. However, the urgency of preparing for the grant application, I want to be very clear, is not to be underestimated.
Thank you for that. My next question is, who currently has the authority to be asking for federal grant money for these types of projects?
According to the legislation as enacted, tribal governments can submit, tribal colleges can submit. It is not in legislation that a consortium among groups could submit. So I believe, specific to Navajo Nation could apply. ETCs, eligible telecommunications carriers, cannot apply except through Navajo Nation. So the nation clearly has the authority. Which entity within the nation? I defer to people who understand the structure of the organization better. I would think it could be any entity as deputized by the council to act as the grant submitter with the appropriate content. Could that be DCD? Could that be DOTI? Could that be NNTU? I think any number of those are candidates under the Navajo government.
So I'm sorry. So help me understand this then. If the authority lies within the Navajo Nation, so for instance, you mentioned DOTI, Department of Public Safety would also probably fall within that or under that umbrella. We also have, you know, the different divisions in, that could also apply. Why is there then this rush to allow you guys to apply when I would think that you guys already have the authority to apply?
Well, I think again, I'm going to be clear. The rush is for the funding to put together all the support work to prepare for grant application. As the plan suggests, which we will share in detail with you, the plan suggests that there is no dedicated entity, to our knowledge, that has the authority to work on broadband grants. I'm sure there are many grant applications sponsored by Department of Health, maybe Department of Public Safety, but no one designated for Broadband Authority. We could use an existing entity, but they would have to participate and be prepared to help prepare that grant application. We, in the governance comment that we made earlier, we don't see anybody dedicated to looking for those grant opportunities and responding to them. That would be one of the primary obligations of the broadband office. But the creation of the broadband office may be a longer duration task than the urgency of creating the grant application, if that's clear.
For that clarification, I do have to admit I'm a little bit, I guess I'm a little bit confused. We were having a company or an advisory group, Magellan, actually present us this information. They're answering the questions. I believe that this committee, not only this committee, but also Nabik Iyaske as a whole, at one point questioned whether this was something that we should actually be engaging in when it comes to
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Madam Chair, Charles, I'm sorry to interrupt
yes.
you, Madam Chair, but you've completely staticked out the past 2 minutes. So.
Okay, so let me. So my
Madam
concern
Chair,
is just that. Can you guys hear me?
No, Madam Chair, you staticked out for about 2 minutes, so you were cut in bits and pieces. So you might have to rewind a little bit. Nobody heard anything.
Can you guys hear me now?
Madam Chair?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, every time you speak, there's a static.
Madam Chair, I can hear you from Cameron, Arizona. Thank you.
As can I in Magellan. I don't know if there's...
Hold on, Joseph. Madam Chair, you're still staticky. Lorraine, I don't know if you want to chime in with.
Yeah, Madam Chair, you were kind of like went in and out, so you might have to repeat your question. Thanks.
I didn't hear Lorraine. Did you call upon her?
Madam Chair, I think our request, we lost you like 3 minutes for the past 3 minutes, because every time you spoke there was like really staticky, snowy, so it was just really choppy. We didn't hear your questions or your comments, ma'am. Thank you.
Is that you, Mr. Hanley?
Madam Chair, this is Brent Nelson.
Okay, that's really strange. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can now, Madam
I can.
Yes, we can hear you now,
thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Thank you. And just for clarification, Mr. Nelson, you cannot call upon a speaker's staff to answer your questions. That question should be directed to the chair or to the vice chair. So just an FYI. So the gentleman that is presenting for the Magellan Advisory Group, my concern is that we do have an advisory group have any information about, which is why I was asking, who actually, how is Magellan Advisor, how were they selected? This committee and also Nabik Iyaske as well, which is a council of a whole, did ask that question at one time, whether we should be hearing on presentations presented to us by private entities. This presentation was granted to the cyber team, which we understand is made up of Navajo Nation employees. So I am a little bit concerned about having this advisory I guess, company or this advisory group answering questions about what is happening here on Navajo, because we don't know who selected you. We don't know what the process was in selection. We do want to give full benefit to our Navajo Nation employees and say that, you know, we are aware of this. Have to question the motives of the Magellan advisor. And the reason for that is we often have private entities that do come on to the nation that sell their products to the nation, and then they proceed forward, and in the end, the nation, you know, gets gypped out of whatever it is that they were promised. So this is a part of due diligence on our part. We do have to ask those type of questions. So I'm a little bit concerned, and I need to know a little bit more information about Magellan before we can proceed forward and provide our support for this.
Of course.
In addition to that, I'm sorry, I didn't call upon you to speak. I still
apologize.
have the floor. In addition to that, I noticed on the PowerPoint that you are establishing a regulatory commission. This council has requested that on several occasions, especially when we start to see the cost of NTUA services rising. And I think at one point, I believe it was Vice Chair who had asked that question at one point, why we don't have a regulatory commission established. As many of us know, the regulatory commission would help in deciding what the utility rates are, and in this case, I'm assuming it would be the broadband rates that would be provided to our Navajo people. We know that there is a need out there. We know that there is federal funding that's available out there, which is why I asked the question about, you know, whether we already have that authority to apply for those grants. I know that recently the Navajo Nation, or the Navajo Technical College, Navajo Technical University recently applied for a broadband grant, and so did Diné College, and this was with the CARES money. And so I'd like to hear from the from the Department of Diné Education to see where they stand with this proposal. Also, Department of Public Safety, you know, because we are the oversight of public safety, I think we need to do a little bit more research into what you're asking. And then more importantly, because it's dealing with Navajo Nation funding, you know, we are required as council delegates, you know, to provide that due diligence, but also to ensure that we have the funding. And right now we are facing a shortfall in revenue. And I know that you do have that on your presentation, that this is probably not the right time to ask. And you do give us reasons why you're asking. But at the same time, you know, we need to understand fully what this is going to mean and how does that affect the current status as far as the way that these different divisions and departments are requesting for grant money through broadband. And I think at one time there was an issue, I think OnSat was the issue. When OnSat came on board, they took millions of dollars from the Navajo people, which we still haven't recovered. We still haven't recovered those funds yet. So those are things that we have to think about in terms of, you know, how do we have a consulting company coming on to the committee, you know, providing us information about what the Navajo Nation needs to do. And so that is my one concern. But at the same time, I would like the rest of the rest of the documents that you are referencing to be provided to this committee. And if you could send that to us, I think that will help this committee in asking the right questions. And then, you know, it will also allow us to be able to come back to the table as early as next week to give you guys that, to allow you guys to come forward again to present to us again with all of the documents in front of us. That's my request at this time. I don't know how other committee members feel. We did get the PowerPoint presentation, but there was really no background information that was provided along with the PowerPoint until today we did get a little bit of background information, but for me, what helps is looking at the legislation that established this this ad hoc group, what they were tasked to do, and then more importantly, are they getting that work done, which would lead to the question of the expansion. Is that expansion really what's needed at this time? So again, committee members, I don't know how you all feel about that. I just think we need a little bit more information so that we have a better understanding of how this committee can assist with the request that's being submitted to us today. Committee members?
Chairwoman.
Vice Chair, go ahead. You have the floor.
I guess I really appreciate the report from the ad hoc committee, and I believe when the ad hoc committee was established, was a move between the executive branch and, at the time, Key Allen Begay wanted to create some sort of discussion, and there was a meeting at the president's office, and I remember sitting there as part of the discussion, and that's how the discovery of the ad hoc committee was to be established. And my one thought is that we appreciate the report, but as the ad hoc committee, I guess, did you guys report this to your superiors that created the ad hoc committee? And so that they could give you guys the blessing to move forth to start presenting this to the committee. The other is that there's a telecommunication commission that's in place that's supposed to be taking. I'm assuming telecommunication is part of broadband. I may be wrong. I don't know, but what is the dialogue between the commission and to the committee here? Because, like I said, this ad hoc committee related to this how this committee was established. Ad hoc committee was established was a verbal discussion between leadership and to get some sort of information so that information could be refined and presented to leadership. And maybe this is what that document is. And with that has, and I know that the ad hoc committee had individuals from each branch of the appointed to that committee from each of the branches. So one thing is that how does the three branch chiefs was a report given to the three branch chiefs related to this ad hoc committee? Because I understand it's made up of the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. And the recommendation to the three branches, and what was the three branch chiefs' decision, and how was telecommunication a part of the discussion relating to your to this report? And then, if I heard it right earlier, relating to creating someone hiring a third party to do a study or something like that. Who authorized that? And I guess there's a contract that has a scope of work in place. Maybe if someone could expand on the scope of work on that contract and who issued the RFP, and in the RFP that will eliminate a lot of who did what, and who did this, who did that, and what is to be done. So that's just my question there. But again, thank you very much.
Yeah, Vice Chair. So with that, committee members, what we could do is, we could invite this group to come back next week to provide us the documents in the meantime with the authorization for the Magellan advisors. And really, like, what was their goal? Who put this ad hoc group together? And I guess, it would also be nice to get Chris Vicente on the line as well as a supporter for this legislation. Then we at least have an idea of how this group was created and how they reached out to Magellan for advice on how to proceed forward. I don't know, committee members, if that's going to be okay, we can again invite them back to the table next week at the next Law and Order Committee meeting once they send us all of the documents. Are we good with that, committee members?
I'm good with that.
So with that, since there was no other comments made by Honorable Vince James or Honorable Eugene, so I'm going to go ahead and take that as a. We do appreciate, Mr. Nelson, your presentation. Is it possible to get us those documents so that we can review and then again have this conversation next week so that we not only have all the information in front of us, but we're able to offer assistance on how this committee can move your recommendations and your requests forward?
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you staticked out again. I know that you were saying that to bring us back to the committee next week. That was the last I heard, that comment. Then you staticked out again. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know if you're the only one that keeps hearing that static.
Madam Chair, this is Donovan.
Donovan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From this side, everything seems to be fine. I might suggest Mr. Nelson maybe redial in, but you're coming in fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm getting text messages that are saying the same thing as well. So I'm not sure if it's just Mr. Nelson's phone. But Mr. Nelson, hopefully I don't static out again. If you could provide us the documents that we are requesting today, I think we can come back and we can revisit this next week. Are you fine with that?
Madam Chair, thank you again. This is Brent. Yes, ma'am. We can do that. And then, Madam Chair, also, I do have Pearl Lee, who is the contract holder for the Magellan advisors on call with me. So if you want us to respond on the contracts, she can provide that response. Thank you.
I think we can hear from them next week once we get the information on who established the ad hoc team and how Magellan was selected to be the advisor for this issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, there was a recommendation to bring this issue back to the table next week. And this is a report from Brent Nelson, the System and Programming Manager for the Department of Education and member of the Navajo Nation Cyber Team on Navajo Nation Broadband Middle Mile Strategic Plan presentation that was given to us this afternoon. So committee members, we do need a motion. Well, I guess, Vice Chair, can you help me with this? Since we're going to go ahead and move this to next week, do we call for a motion and a second at this time? Or do we just call for a motion to table this report to next week? I think we lost Vice Chair there. Lorraine, do you have any recommendations for this committee at this time?
Madam Chair and members of the LOC, you can either table the report, but I think it would be better to defer to next week. Thank you.
My question, Lorraine, is if we defer it to next week, then do I call for a motion, a second, and a vote to accept the report at this time, or do we just, how do we address the fact that this report is on the agenda?
If you do make a motion to defer, yeah, it will be deferred to the next meeting. Maybe
you.
Troy can assist me. Troy, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. It would be appropriate at this time, Madam Chair, to go ahead and motion to defer since it's on the agenda. And that way you can bring it up at next week's meeting at that scheduled date and time.
Thank you. So with that, committee members, we do need a motion to defer this report to next week's Law and Order Committee meeting. Members? With that, we do have a motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second? Second call for a second. Committee members, this is the last and final call for a second. Do we have any of the other committee members who are currently on the line? Honorable Vince James, are you still there?
Motion
Honorable
to
Otto
adjourn,
So,
Chair.
are you still there? Lorraine, I believe we lost quorum. I just have a text message from speaker staff saying that just myself and Honorable Eugene So are on the line. We've lost quorum. I know that reports can continue without quorum. Unfortunately, with the reports, that means that we cannot vote on the acceptance of the report without a quorum being in place. Troy, at this time, since we have lost quorum and there are only 2 delegates on the committee call, can we proceed forward with the report, or do we just adjourn at this point?
At this point, you would probably have to do the adjournment, or actually, if you can establish a quorum before your meeting is over, then you could probably motion to recess at this point. However, if you feel you're not going to reestablish quorum, then you would have no other alternative but to adjourn.
Honorable Eugene So, how would you like to proceed?
I guess the problem is the phone keeps dropping here now and then. So I'll just motion to adjourn.
All right, Honorable Eugene So, we can't do a motion because there's no quorum. So with that, I do apologize. I'm just going to go ahead and call the meeting at 2:01. We're not going to motion or second because we don't have a quorum. We can't vote because we don't have a quorum. We can't accept reports because we don't have a quorum. So with that, I do apologize. Oh, Honorable Otto So, we're getting ready to call the meeting.
I found my horse. There's a drop zone over here, and I'm back online. So, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Eugene So made a motion to defer this report to next week's Law and Order Committee, and I was trying to call for a second. That's when we found out that we lost quorum. So if you could second for this motion, we can proceed forward.
Madam Chair? I will go ahead and place the second, and if you lose me again, I vote on the affirmative side. and I won't get back in online. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So with that, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Okay, Joe, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Chair, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including the chair not voting, and 2 other delegates not voting, which is Vince James and Edmund Yazzie.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, Mr. Nelson, we'll go ahead and include you on the agenda for next week. And Lorraine, if you could send him a list of the documents that this committee will need to be able to provide them assistance next week. Thank you.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and also to the Law and Order Committee for your time, and look forward to the invite and providing you that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. Item C, report by Brian Parrish, interim CEO for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, regarding the impacts of the extended closure, NNGE's funding request pursuant to legislation number 0016-21, and tentative reopening plans. Mr. Parrish, are you on the line?
Madam Chair, yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mr. Parrish, I'm sure you heard the rules regarding this committee. I think you actually did present before this committee before, but just as a reminder, you will have 15 minutes to provide your presentation to this committee. If you need an additional 5 minutes, you can make that request. Upon completion of your presentation, please let us know, and then we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to committee members for questions. With that, Mr. Parrish, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Members of the Navajo Nation Council's Law and Order Committee, thank you so much for your time. We provided a presentation deck this morning. Ms. Lorene, I believe, was distributing that to you via email. That document is entitled 24th Navajo Nation Council Law and Order Committee NNGE Enterprise Update, dated February 8th of 2021. What we'll do is, instead of going through in detail every page in the interest of time, we will focus on the highlights, I think, that are most important to the delegates. If there are any other issues that you would like us to cover, we're anxious to do that for you. I've got a stopwatch going, Madam Chair, so I promise to be timely with the amount of time that we've got today, or efficient with it. So, if I may, I'd like to ask everybody to turn to slide number 3, and this is just to provide an update relative to our team member layoff. We've previously shared that as of January 1st, our team members, over 90%, remain on a layoff status. The remaining team members that are working have been subjected to a 20% reduction in pay, and we've got a breakdown of the team members that are still working during this closure period. We want to share that as time has gone on, primarily due to the increase in COVID-19 related healthcare claims, our healthcare plan is in a situation where it's in jeopardy of being solvent, remaining solvent, and it needs additional funding, which ties back to our UUFB legislative request. Want you to know that 100 team members have opted out of their dependent coverage on our healthcare plan. The feedback we're getting, the reason for this is because they don't have a regular paycheck coming in. They can't afford to pay the monthly premiums that are due right now. There's another 213 team members that are behind on paying their dependent coverage. They haven't opted out formally yet, but they're in jeopardy of losing their benefits. So what we're doing is we're putting together a list of those team members, and then also have a breakout of the amount that it would cost in order to maintain those premiums and that coverage for our team members' dependents. That is absolutely critical for us. But what's driving this is, again, the closure. We've had $1.6 million in COVID medical-related claims. That is in addition to the other $10.5 million in claims that we received that are not COVID-related. This has left our healthcare plan at a funding loss at the end of December 2020 of $757,000. So we have a funding deficit right now. And so we've got to find a way to recover that money. Due to the instability of the enterprise, we now have 118 team members who have voluntarily resigned to pursue other employment outside Navajo. That hurts our ability to reopen. We hope that we'll be able to get those team members back as soon as we can announce something that would give them a deadline and certainty in terms of being able to return back to work for us. On slide number 4, there's just a breakout of the current workforce. You'll see that there were a total of 939 laid off, 151 who are continuing to work. Of that 151, 127 or 85% are enrolled members of the Navajo Nation. There's 24 non-Navajo working. 16 of those 24 are members of our security department. We only have 8 non-Navajos throughout the rest of the organization that are still working. As we mentioned, those team members have undergone a 20% reduction in pay. We have an employee assistance program which is in place that supplements our healthcare plan. That's very, very important. We've got multiple team members and their family members calling, looking for help with stress, depression, loss of family members, and other related challenges. At the same time, I'm really proud of our team that we've got 26 members of our workforce who have signed up and become certified contact tracers, and they're volunteering and supporting the Navajo Nation Health Command Center in performing those functions. On slide number 5, just to share or remind the delegates and the members of the Law and Order Committee that we've used our cash. We're way ahead of our development and strategic planning schedules at the beginning of this year for developing our new assets, which would include the new Fire Rock facility, Shiprock Hotel, also our spa at Twin Arrows and RV Park, and then other projects that we've also created, including Horseman Lodge. We've had to utilize those reserves to continue to pay fixed operating expenses, salaries and benefits, debt service to the nation, and also subordinated debt, which is to NTUA and the Navajo Hopi Land Commission, and also our payments to the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety and for emergency and medical related expenses. So even though we haven't been open, we've continued to stay current on all of those financial obligations. We're presently using our cage cash right now to maintain the solvency of the enterprise. That cage cash has to be replenished if we're going to be able to reopen. I do want to share that during the closure and the pandemic, I'm very proud of our team, even though we would like this to have been more in the way of donations and things back to the nation, but we were able to provide water, food, personal protective equipment, and other items to the Navajo Nation totaling $82,654. Again, we would have liked that amount to have been more, and it certainly could have been had we been open. As a reminder, the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise has provided 70% of its profit from the past 6 years back to the Navajo Nation in a variety of different ways. That equates to $210 million, or or an average of $35 million per year in payments going back to Navajo Nation. Due to the closure period, which is now next week, it will be a full 11 months. It's put us in a situation where it's going to, when it comes time to reopen, we've got to be very efficient and timely and effective with our marketing programs. We've reduced expenses. We've left no stone unturned. We've cut our expenses by 69.4%. And because of the industry that we're in, the gaming and hospitality industry, we're not essential businesses and we do not qualify for any federal grant money. So the fact that we've been closed, we've had to utilize our own cash to preserve the investment in the enterprise. That's unfortunately put us in a very challenging situation right now. Moving to slide number 7, we know that recovery for the enterprise really starts with the reopening. We've got an excellent workplace safety plan in place, and we're anxious to share with you that even though we already had a high degree of confidence in the plan, we took an extra step and we reached out to a nationally renowned public health professional, Dr. Rebecca Katz. She is also serving on President Biden's COVID-19 advisory panel with Navajo Nation's own Dr. Jill Jim. So she's a member of that advisory panel. She has worked extensively in the gaming and hospitality industries, helping Native American and corporate companies with developing their workplace safety programs. Because she's been appointed to the Biden panel, she's not available herself, but she has members of her team, her colleagues, that have equally impressive certifications and backgrounds, and they're assisting us with reviewing our workplace safety program. So when we receive the approval to reopen, the nation can rest assured that we have a very robust, comprehensive workplace safety program that's been reviewed by not only gaming industry, but medical and healthcare professionals and public health officials to ensure that what we put together is going to enable us to be very, very safe. We have surveillance, security, operations personnel that will be supporting our implementation and execution of this plan. We know unequivocally that we can provide a much safer environment than just about anywhere else our patrons, our team members, and our Navajo elders could be going. Walmarts, grocery stores, sporting events, church. We have the ability to control our own environment. We have all these support teams, and we have a very robust workplace safety program that we know we can be effective in implementing. On page 8, this just briefly showcases our UUFB funding request. As you can see, there is no hazardous duty pay requested here. All the funding is to be utilized to either reimburse the cage so we can reopen, continue to cover payroll and benefits, cover the deficit and funding of our healthcare plan, fixed operating expenses, also rebuild our reopening inventory that we're going to need with food and operating supplies. We have $900,000 set aside for marketing. Our patrons have been going to other casinos during this 11-month closure period, and it's going to take very efficient, effective, and creative marketing to get them to return. In addition, we're also paying $1.4 million in liability insurance, which we continue to be part of the general liability insurance program with the Navajo Nation. So this UUFB funding is critical for us to be able to not only preserve the jobs and the investment that the nation has made in this enterprise, but it also enables us to hopefully reopen. If we can get this funding legislation approved, we'd like to target March 1st as a reopening date, bringing our team members back probably on the 22nd of February. Our understanding coming out of the Health Command Operations Center and the executive branch is that the progress being made on vaccines of Navajo Nation membership is progressing on schedule, and that would coincide with a March 1st reopening. On slide 9, just want to let you know that we are looking at every possible funding source to try to help keep the enterprise from further collapsing and eroding into a very, very difficult financial situation. The new Paycheck Protection Program, the second round, NNGE is only eligible for a maximum of $4 million from that program. We are not eligible for the 11.2 that we received last year. And I just want to let the delegates know that 100% of that 11.2 million was used to preserve jobs, pay our team members, and pay their benefits last year. If we're fortunate enough to receive this $4 million, which we hope we will know something about by the end of this week, all those monies will go into paying for retaining our team members so we can reopen sooner rather than later. We've drafted an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, which is outlined on page 10. And what this does is that defines the terms and conditions for reopening our casino operations. We strongly recommend allowing us to open at 50% capacity rather than at 25. If we're limited at 25% capacity, there's not enough capacity to enable us to generate positive cash flow. It would show our financial forecasting shows if we open at 25% capacity and we're open for a month, the best we could hope for is a $622,000 operating loss for that month. If in comparison to a 50% operating capacity, that enables us to generate an operating profit of $1.9 million for the month. So that's a $2.5 million swing just for that 25% increase in capacity, but very, very critical. We've shared our MOU with the Department of Justice. They're reviewing that, and we're anxious to provide the final draft of that document to Navajo Nation leadership so you can take one more look at it before we ask that document to be considered. Moving over to slide number 12, just want to let you know that casinos in the local region are continuing to reopen. We got word today that Isleta is reopening. So on the New Mexico side, there's at least 6 of 21 that have opened. Arizona, we've got 19 of 25. California, 62 of 67 casinos have reopened. We're not stating that because the other tribes and Native American nations are doing it, that means that it's the right thing for Navajo. We know that's not the case. But we just want to give comfort that over 93% of the U.S. in terms of casinos for both Native American and corporate gaming have reopened. 83% of Native American casinos have reopened. I'll ask you to step all the way back to slide number 15. Just got a short period of time left. But the key thing is that we have one of the best workplace safety programs that could be found anywhere in Indian country or corporate gaming. We had Dr. Rebecca Katz and her team review it. We've spent $1.2 million of our own funding on making sure that this plan is ready, that we have all our necessary supplies, materials, and our personal protective equipment to issue to all of our team members and our patrons as they come in. So in summary, I just want to share that this UUFB funding is absolutely critical to us. We have to have this funding in order to be able to reopen, and recovery of the enterprise where we resume fulfilling all of our financial responsibilities starts with reopening. And if we're able to do that at a 50% capacity with UUFB funding in the early part of March, we're very confident that we can bring this enterprise back to prosperity and a position of strength, which is how we entered the pandemic way back in the part of February 2020 of last year. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present to the Law and Order Committee. That concludes our update now. Thank you.
With that, committee members, are there any questions at this time for the presentation provided to us by Mr. Parrish? Thank you for your presentation, Brian, and we appreciate you keeping this committee up to date on what has been happening with gaming. There are no questions at this time. Perhaps it's because we have heard this presentation in the different subcommittees, and we appreciate you being, an advocate for gaming and for sharing this information. Again, we're not the only committee that has gotten this information, and we do appreciate your open lines of communication. So with that, can I get a motion to accept the report given to us by Interim CEO for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, Brian Parrish? Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second? This is a second call for a second to accept the report given to us by Brian Parrish.
I motion to second the motion. I was trying to unmute myself. Sorry.
Made by Honorable Otto So. So with that, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Hello, can we have a speaker or staff assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, I can do the roll call.
Right.
Go ahead, Lorraine.
Okay. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Green, thank you.
Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Madam Chair, with a vote of 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting, which is the chairwoman, Charles Newton, not voting, and Edmund Yazzie's absent, and Vince James, there's something wrong with his phone, so he can't call in. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, we do have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. Mr. Parrish, we appreciate the report. You're excused. The report has been accepted by the Law and Order Committee.
Madam Chair, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, committee members, we move down to item number 6 on the agenda, old business. There is none. Item number 7, new business. A, discuss the point of contact regarding new public safety housing with the Navajo Division of Public Safety and others that will be involved in the planning stages. Just as a reminder, committee members, we did have a meeting with Charles Addington, and I'm going back into my notes so that I can verify the date. But we did have a meeting with Mr. Addington regarding the public safety housings that have been approved for the Navajo Nation. This has been a success on the part of the Tribal Interior Budget Council. We were pushing for more funds, and as many of you know, Congress can no longer earmark funding. So any advocacy that is done at the Tribal Interior Budget Council spreads across the board to all 500 plus federally recognized tribes. In this case, the Navajo Nation did receive funding to help assist with public safety housing, and I believe that Mr. Delmar did have that conversation with Mr. Addington. However, Mr. Addington did request to have an actual person appointed that he could work, that OJS could work directly with, so that they can start working towards building these public safety housing. So that's kind of in a nutshell, the discussion that was held. And again, I am looking for that information. Lorraine, do you remember what day that meeting was scheduled? Hello?
Hi, Madam Chair.
Hello.
Madam Chair, that was on January 8th. This is Carla.
Oh, thank you so much, Carlisle. January 8th was when we had the meeting that was scheduled again with Mr. Addington. Thank you, Carlisle. And I found my notes. January 8th, 2021 at 8 o'clock a.m. We did have a meeting with LOC. There was a gentleman named Travis, another gentleman named Robert, and another gentleman, Mosir. Then we also had Broken Leg on the conversation as well. The purpose of the meeting was regarding the 2021 package for public safety and justice construction. There was $25,500,000 for facility replacement, $4,494,000 for employee housing, and $9,372,000 for facility improvement and repair. Mr. Addington did give us a rundown of those costs. He did make it clear that obviously those costs are not, they're not a lot of money when they're spread across Indian country, but he did give us the good news, which is that Navajo Nation would be receiving public safety housing. Again, at that time, he did ask that we do an official appointment of someone that he can work with. We know that he is currently working with Mr. Delmar, but I believe the question was whether we wanted to appoint somebody from the committee or somebody from council to be able to ensure that these projects do get completed. The other issue that we also ran into when Mr. Delmar was on the phone was that we would also be working across the board with NTUA to ensure that this home is going to be connected to electricity and water. There may also be rights of way issues that we may encounter. There was also the question of where the land was designated for these public safety housing. Mr. Delmar did inform this committee that he was looking at Crown Point. There was no report on exactly how many of these houses would be built, aside from the public safety housing was going to be getting money. So with that, committee members, we do need an official letter sent on behalf of Law and Order Committee that may also stretch across to Nabikiatkit to ensure that we do have somebody who is the official point of contact, so that BIA, OJS, and also Department of Public Safety here for the Navajo Nation can proceed forward with this project. So with that, committee members, I hope that I was able to recap the notes from that day. If there are any questions, now is the time to ask. Okay, not hearing any questions.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, I guess with public safety housing, that point of contact, I believe the public safety has their point of contact individual, and we're seeking to have a committee member to be one of the contact person. And I just would like to say, let's go ahead and appoint a committee member, one of the committee members that's on the committee. That way he will find some time to be present at those meetings with Charles Addington. And I'm sure yourself and I, the chairman and vice chairman, we can be a part of that discussion also. But given a committee member one of that lead role, so that the committee member can be part of the discussion here. That's all. That's just all I'm going to recommend. Sort of like putting assigning assignment. That way, not just one person is doing all the work. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that recommendation, Vice Chair. What we could also do is we could just assign Director of Public Safety, Jesse Delmar, and then have him report to this committee as a whole, because we are looking at possible issues regarding rights of way, working within QA, and then also addressing the land designation. I think that it would be good to, another recommendation is just to appoint Mr. Delmar alone and to have him report to this committee on a monthly basis regarding the public safety housing, so that it does not fall fall to the wayside with other projects that have to be addressed.
Okay, that's fine. I'm on board. Thank you.
Committee members, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Vince James, do you have anything to add to this discussion?
No.
Yeah, Shaja. So with that, Mr. Cook, are you still on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm still listening in.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. So Mr. Addington did request that we send an official letter for the point of contact. I'm not sure if this committee can act in the way that we had this discussion, with just making the recommendation that at this point it would just be Jesse Delmar, but that Mr. Delmar would have to report to this committee once a month to update us on the project. Because these are federal funds coming down from OJS, and because these are funds that were advocated at the Tribal Interior Budget Council, and the funds were granted, and we will be receiving those funds here soon, we do want to make sure that those funds get spent in the manner in which they were allocated. So I'm not sure, Mr. Cook, if we can just write a letter on behalf of the committee where we all sign the letter. Because he didn't ask for an official legislation, he just asked for a letter for a point of contact. And I believe the reason he did that is because I think he knew at that point that he was no longer going to be the director for OJS. A new director has been, an acting director has been appointed at this point. But I think the point of the letter is just to inform his successor of who is going to be who the point of contact is going to be for these projects. Is that letter sufficient to come from the committee, or does legislation have to be dropped in this case?
I believe the letter at this point would come from the committee. I would point out that your advisor would probably be the one to draft that letter from the committee for your signatures.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. That's all we needed to know. Ms. Spencer, can you go ahead and draft that letter for us, and can you send it to all the committee members and also Mr. Cook for review, and then we'll go ahead and we'll get that letter signed and sent out.
Okay, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And Madam Chair,
Thank you.
with all due, and respectfully, Madam Chair, also I would request once it comes to our office, again, just filling out the request form as an approval for the letter, as I do review like contracts and other documents for other committees as well. So once my review, I'll go ahead and endorse that and advise that it's completed and then send it back to you all.
We can definitely do that. Thank you, Mr. Cook. Carlisle, thank you for being on the line. I know that you were part of that conversation. You actually were the one who spearheaded the meeting with Mr. Addington. Is there anything that I may have forgotten? I know that we also had requested that the BIA send us a facility index, which includes both Shiprock and Winter Rock on that list. But is there anything that I forgot to mention?
Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee, I think, Madam Chair, you have everything covered. I can send over to the committee again the report language that you can reference as a part of the funding package that you were referencing and what was included in the fiscal year 21 federal budget. That includes funding for the public, the housing, and for just general public safety facilities as well. But I'll send it over to the committee for reference that you can reference into the letter if that makes it easier.
Thank you so much, Carlisle, and we do appreciate your continued assistance. We understand that you are not being paid to be a consultant. That money was actually vetoed by the president. So legislative or actually council, we don't have any consultants at this time. But there are some of you who continue to assist us, even though you're not being paid for it. I just want to say thank you very much, Carlisle, for assisting the Law and Order Committee with not only arranging meetings, but also the other things that you're doing for this committee. Again, I just want to make it clear, committee members, that Carlisle is no longer employed or he's no longer being paid by the Navajo Nation. All of his work that he's been doing has been on a volunteer basis. As he stated to me, his push in becoming a consultant was to help the Navajo people, which he continues to do. So, Carlisle, I just want to say thank you very much for your continued support and also for the work that you continue to do for this committee.
Happy to help. Thanks, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, the letter will be drafted, and the point of contact at this point is going to be the Director of Department of Public Safety, Jesse Delmar. So with that, can I get a motion for this letter to proceed?
Madam Chair, Jesse Delmar, I'm here for your information.
Oh, well, thank you for being on the line, Mr. Delmar. So again, as we stated, you will be the point of contact. I believe Mr. Addington did request a letter. So you're going to be the person who's going to be working directly with him. And if you could just update this committee at least once a month on what you need assistance with, because we do want to see those houses go up, and for our public safety officers to have that, to have the housing that they need. And again, I know that you stated that you're looking at Crown Point as a possible location, but if you can keep this committee updated, Mr. Delmar.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I did get hold of Division of General Services, Navajo Nation Employee Housing. The manager there, his name is Lindsay Pascal. I would be working with him. Once these housing units goes up, they'd be the folks that would be maintaining them. For your information.
Thank you. And if you could keep us updated on the progress and also any assistance that you guys need. I know that we did talk about rights of way. We talked about NQA water lines. We also talked about, the land that's going to be designated for that particular project. Anything that we can assist with, we are here for you, Mr. Delmar.
Thank you, ma'am, and the committee. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
So with that committee, yes, Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Delmar, here in the community of Tuba City, there's an area that was destined to the judicial branch, and right now it's not being utilized by the judicial branch, and there's no future development or future plans for the judicial branch. The Tuba City chapter is talking about taking the relinquishing the land withdrawal that happened, and I believe this would be a pretty good site for public safety housing. And this parcel of land is where the old, the temporary booking and police station was set up when the old police station at Tuba City was demoed. The land is withdrawn. There is all the clearances are all in place, and the community of Tuba City has not heard any new plans from the judicial branch related to that parcel of land. So with that, the Tuba City 20 local governance is actually considering the idea of relinquishing that land back to the chapter, and with that, this will be a really good site for public safety housing to be built there, or any type of housing pertaining to public safety. I will have that conversation with you.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair.
So with that, committee members, we do need a motion to appoint Jesse Delmar, the Navajo Division of Public Safety Director, to be the point of contact for the new public safety housing with the Navajo Division of Public Safety and others that will be involved in the planning stages. I do need a motion.
Motion by
Motion made by Vice Chair Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second? Committee members, can I get a second?
star 6, guys. Star 6.
This is the third and final call. Otherwise, we'll have to put this on the agenda again for next week. Committee members, I need a second to appoint Jesse Delmar to be the point of contact to work with OJS and building public safety housing. Donovan, is it just myself and Honorable Otto So who are on the line?
Madam Chair, yourself and Vice Chair So, along with Delegate Eugene So is on the line.
Okay. Honorable Eugene So? Okay, so we do have 3 members on the line. We do need a second, which we haven't received. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and move this item onto the next agenda for next week's Law and Order Committee. I don't know. I know Honorable Vince James did indicate at the very beginning that the lines are being worked on where he lives, so he was having issues with his phone. We do need a second in order to move forward with this letter. So with that, we're going to go ahead and we're going to move down to item B on the agenda, new business, approved special meeting for February 16th at 10 o'clock a.m. due to the holiday on Monday, February 15th, which is President's Day. Committee members, if you are good with this, if I can get a motion to approve this special Law and Order Committee meeting for February 16th.
I motion, Vice Chair.
Motion made by Honorable Otto So. Can I get a second?
Casey.
Second made by Honorable Eugene So. With that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time? Can a staff member assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Chair, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including the chair and 2 other delegates not voting, which is Vince James and Edmund Yazzie.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, committee members, the Law and Order Committee meeting that was originally scheduled for the 3rd Monday is now moved to the 16th, which is a Tuesday. And the reason for the move is because there is a Navajo Nation holiday on that Monday. The vote was 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. So with that, committee members, we now move down to item 8. We are at the close of the meeting. Are there any announcements at this time before we call for a motion to adjourn?
Madam Chair.
Oh, Honorable Eugene So.
Sure. I'm picking up the police academy back up. I'm going to be meeting with the Lord sometime tomorrow or the next day. We're going to start pushing it again. It is about so we might have to put it back on the agenda again sometime next month or the end of the month or something like that. It is. I think there's going to be a good place for some housing too in that area. That's shovel ready, so we're just going to try to get some money on it. Basically, that needs it. So it is on his $5,000 from here. Thank you.
Thank you for that announcement, Delegate. So committee members, I would like to actually, this is not really an announcement, but I would like to apologize to Honorable Eugene So for the comment that was made last week at the work session. Honorable Eugene So, as you know, I did talk with you about the comment that was made. I myself did not hear it until I actually went back and I listened to the video recording that's on Facebook. And I just want to apologize that I did not call that individual out at the moment that that comment was made. However, I do want to also state that it is really unfortunate that this committee has continued to continued to be disrespected and the ways that we have seen since being since we were actually since we took our oath and we started to attend this committee. And I just want you to know, Honorable Eugene So, that as chair of the Law and Order Committee, I will not stand for that type of disrespect. I did make my statement as far as what was said and how unfortunate and disrespectful it was to make such a comment against not only a member of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, but also an elder who was sharing his experience and his story with this committee. And it was in line with the reason behind the work session. And that's what really is really, I guess I don't really understand how a comment like that could be made regarding the experience of someone who has gone through it and someone who was speaking to the issue. So Honorable Eugene So, again, as chair of the Law and Order Committee, I was chairing that meeting at that time, and I apologize to you that I wasn't quick enough to call a point of order or even to silence the individual who made that comment. Thankfully, we did have another delegate who was on the line, Chair Daniel So, who did chime in and made it very clear that that comment was disrespectful and that he would not stand for it. So, Honorable Eugene So, again, on behalf of the Law and Order Committee, we do stand behind you. And we don't tolerate those types of comments that are being made, and that we will not allow for that type of disrespect for any of our committee members or any of our colleagues. So with that, Honorable Eugene So, again, I hope that you accept my apology at this time, and next time I promise to be better. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call for a motion to adjourn. Committee members?
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair.
before I second, what was said is mostly not looking good on the president's side and the executive branch. So that's all I can say about it. So, Chair, thank you. I second.
Motion to adjourn made by Honorable Otto So, second by Honorable Eugene So. With that, committee members, If there's no other questions or comments at this time, we can go ahead and call for the vote. Can we have
Okay,
a
Honorable
speaker stat? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Cheryl. Go ahead.
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
For vote, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Chair, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting, which is including the chair not voting, Honorable Vince James not voting, and Edmund Yazzie absent.
So with that, committee members, it is now 2:53. We are adjourned. Thank you all, and we'll be talking again next week. You guys be safe.